Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you guys joining us for day 3 of California versus Monica Sementilli. So we just came from Karen Reed, and now we're going to do some ketchup and mustard on California versus Monica Sementilli. So we watched day 1 and day 2, and we're going to pick up on day 3. So for those that don't know, Fabio Sementilli was a renowned hairdresser. He had clients such as Jennifer Lopez, Russell Crowe, Jackie Chan, Jennifer Love Hewitt. And the state is saying that Monica was in a torrid affair with Robert Baker. And she had met him, Robert Baker, at a racquetball. She joined LA Fitness, so she met Robert Baker playing racquetball. And Fabio was always traveling, and he was away from the home. And the state says that Monica used that time to go out and do these affairs, have these affairs. So Baker hired one of his a family friend, Chris Austin, and they came over and they stabbed Fabio 7 times in his backyard. And then the daughter, Isabella, who was 17 at the time, 16 or 17 I think, she comes home literally a minute after Austin and Baker leave. Isabella comes home. She finds her father, and we heard her 911 call from day 2. You also remember that this state's opening was 4.5 hours, I believe. It was over 2 days. I'm sorry, it was 5 hours and 15 minutes. That was state's opening, and then defense came on, and they had 2 hours of opening. So lots of opening, lots of evidence, lots of claims were made, and we heard our first witness was Daryl Yoshihashi. He was a fire EMS guy, and so that's where we land. So let's get to day 3, and hopefully our frames will be okay. Seems like we're dropping frames already, so our internet may be a little wonky. So just hang with us. Oh, is Pammy with us? Pammy, are you with us? What happened? Pammy, are you okay?
She had oral surgery.
I know. Pammy, where are you?
She's there.
Let me see. Let me get to... Pammy, we dedicated a stream to you the other day. Oh, look like you've been in Rocky 3 fights. Oh, well, we're going to dedicate this stream to you, Pammy. This one's for you. Chat, this one's for Pammy. Sit back and enjoy. Aw. You're here, but barely. All right. You will get better. You will get better. Therapist you know says, I dedicate my Fruity Pebbles to you, Pammy. And your pops and my pops the next day. No. What? You did? Yes. We love you too, Pammy. Let's see, today's Friday. I think it was Wednesday. Tuesday or Wednesday. Whenever you went in the following day, we dedicated a stream to you, and we're going to dedicate this stream to you as well. Widespread Panic dedicates their cup of coffee to you as well. Oh boy, Shirley Roth, you have hip replacement coming up? Ouch. All right, Erica Hubner, good morning. Yay. All right, let's do it. So our internet's a little wonky, so just hang with us. Hang with us. All right, your jelly only short says, hopefully you got some medication that's making you not even remember what I'm saying right now. Pammy, hopefully you have enough meds in you. You will not remember what I'm saying to you right now. All right, let's get to this. This will take your mind off of it. When this got really juicy because there were so many, like, Monica was taking nudes of herself and sending in videos, and she was having threesomes and sleeping with other guys, but defense is saying that was all, Blake. Right? Blake, is that his name? I'm forgetting his name right now. That he is. It was all him. He was the one that was. He was the Svengali, right? Oh, okay. Wow, we got to change. We have the wrong. Okay, hold on. We got the wrong description. Hold on, guys. We got the wrong description in our YouTube. Hold your horses. Let me just change that before we go any further. You all talk amongst yourselves. Let me just do some admin stuff here. No, I got it. Let me just do some quick admin stuff here. All right. So, all right, Robert Baker. What did I say? Blake? Robert Baker. Robert Baker is her lover. Hopefully that will take effect. I just bear with me for a moment while we get that sorted out. Yeah, Pammy, everybody's got the flu. And Baco 3, yes, this was very triple X. There was a lot of stuff. OnlyFans recovering from the flu. Therapist you know is recovering from the flu. Yeah, Julie. Robert Blake was Beretta, yes. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. All right, why is this not updating? Come on. Update. Hang with me. Just give me a moment, guys. Come on, Internet. You can do it. Okay, cool. All right. Updated the description. Okay. So this happened in Woodland Hills, which is basically, I think it's right outside of LA. For those that know the area, let me know how close it is to LA. So Robert Baker was her lover, and he hired Chris Austin to help him. Okay. So let's get to it. Day 3, we're in day 3 rewatch of California versus Monica Sementilli.
President, all council present, jury, and also present. Good morning. Alternate 7 and 8, you've been moved to new chairs, but you will always be endeared to me as alternate 7 and 8. So I thought about you last night when my wife got called in for jury duty. Nobody gets out of it. And that's what I even told her. You may call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for a brief portion, we are going to call to the stand Detective Verna, who's retired.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
It's Ryan, R-Y-A-N. Last name is Verna, V as in Victor, E-R-N-A.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Verna, are you currently employed?
I am not.
Are you retired?
Yes.
When did you retire?
In 2020.
When was that?
June of 2020.
Okay. Approximately how many years were you at your previous employment?
20 years.
And where was that?
Los Angeles Police Department.
And in what capacity were you working when you retired in June of 2020?
I was a homicide investigator for Valley Bureau.
Okay. And how many years had you worked in a homicide unit or division?
9 years.
Okay. And how long were you assigned to Valley Bureau Homicide?
It was established in 2016, so approximately 4 years.
Okay. And approximately how many homicide detectives were assigned to Valley Bureau Homicide at the time when you were there between 2016 and 2020?
There were approximately 18 working detectives, along with additional supervisors and support staff.
Approximately how many homicides did you personally handle yourself?
Over my 9 years?
Yes.
Approximately 30.
Okay. And approximately how many homicide cases did you assist on?
Hundreds.
Okay. And did you work on the case of the murder of the victim in this particular trial, Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
And were you assigned as one of the investigating officers to this case?
I was.
And did you have a partner with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Gene Parshall.
Okay. Is he now deceased?
He is.
Okay. And was there, when you work on a case, whether it be a homicide or any other type of case within LAPD, are cases assigned within LAPD some type of unique tracking number?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes. Each case is given what's called a DR number. It's a series of digits, so it starts off with the year, and then so it'd be a two-digit number, and then a two-digit number for the division it's assigned to, and then a five-digit number for the actual case itself as it progresses. So
sequentially through the year?
Yes. So the first case assigned in the year would be 0001, and then it would move on from there.
Okay. And is this referred to the LAPD DR number? Is that like a divisional report number?
Yes.
And the divisional report number for this case, was that 17-21-05194?
Yes.
Is that a unique case number within LAPD?
Yes. It would only be assigned to one case.
And if it's a unique case number, then throughout your investigation, what happens to any evidence that is collected pursuant to your investigation?
It is also booked to that particular number.
Okay. And did you and your partner, Detective Parshall, handle the investigation into the homicide involving Fabio Sementilli for several months?
Yes.
And at some point in time, was the case reassigned to LAPD's robbery homicide division?
It was.
And is that something that happens occasionally to cases that you would initially be assigned to?
Occasionally.
Okay. And when does that happen?
In general, when does that happen?
Yes.
Well, it comes with a lot of discussions internally within our bureau, and then it would come with discussions within robbery homicide division, and ultimately there's particular reasons why it would be reassigned.
Okay. So. And is there usually a common reason why it may be reassigned from the divisional level to robbery homicide division?
Yes, I mean we have within our bureau we have limited resources. We have a limited number of detectives that can handle cases, and when they grow outside the scope of what's a normal case within our bureau, then we have to start looking for outside resources. Okay.
And is the robbery homicide division one of those resources?
Yes.
And so did you handle this case from January 23rd of 2017 through sometime in March of 2017.
Yes.
And were you still involved in this case after it was assigned to the Robbery Homicide Division in March of 2017 until the arrest in June of 2017?
Yes, in some capacity.
Okay. And did you work between March and June, the date of arrest, together with the detectives from Robbery Homicide Division?
Yes.
Do you recall who those detectives were?
Yeah, it was Detective Barry Tellis and Detective Chris Gable.
Okay. And during that period of time, did you and or your partner build a relationship with the defendant in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Yes, we did.
And did you also interview her on a couple of occasions?
Yes.
Do you see her here in court?
I do.
Can you identify her for the record, please?
Yes, she's seated to my right, wearing a blue blazer with a white shirt.
Indicating the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. And when the case was transitioning to the Robbery Homicide Division, did you and your partner make the defendant aware of the fact that the case was being transferred to Robbery Homicide Division, or was that kept secret?
It was kept secret.
Okay. And for what reasons?
Well, at the time, there was a belief that she may be involved in the case as a suspect, so we weren't going to play our cards that way.
Okay. On the date of January 23rd of 2017 at about 6:30 in the evening, were you notified of a homicide?
Yes.
And how does it work when you're assigned to a homicide division in terms of notifications?
Well, typically, there's radio calls generated. Officers are dispatched and respond to the scene. Once there is a confirmation that someone has passed away from a homicide, they will notify their division watch commander, who then notifies our supervision at our bureau, and then they notify us. And so we would respond from where we were, which in this case was my house.
Okay. So if you are assigned to a homicide division, does that mean that you can be called out at all hours of the day and night, including
Yes.
weekends? Okay. And so after you were notified, as you mentioned, about 6:30 p.m. of this homicide, approximately what time did you arrive at the scene of 5012 Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills within LA County?
Approximately 8:10 p.m.
Okay. And do you recall how long you were there or what time you finally left the scene?
I believe it was sometime around 2:30 in the following morning.
Okay. Your Honor, I have a set of photos that is marked crime scene. It contains 82 pages. May this set of photographs be marked, please, as People's 8. I'm sorry, 7.
Yes.
Showing you what's been now marked as People's 7. If you could just take a brief look through those.
Did you want me to look through every page?
Just take a brief look and tell me, have you previously reviewed this entire packet?
Yes, I have.
And do the documents, the photographs that are contained in this packet accurately depict what you observed at the crime scene on the evening of January 23rd of 2017?
They do.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have another set of crime scene photos that is labeled Crime Scene Patio, victim Fabio Sementilli, and it is 25 pages in length. May it be marked, please, collectively as People's 8.
It may.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Counsel can approach at any time without permission.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you People's 8. Can you again briefly look through those photographs?
Yes.
Have you previously reviewed this packet?
Yes.
And again, do these photos accurately depict what you observed at the crime scene that night?
They do.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have a third set of photographs that is labeled Sementilli Residence with the address. It is 24 pages in length. May it collectively be marked as People's 9.
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you People's 9. Again, if you could review the photographs contained in that packet.
Yes.
Have you previously reviewed this packet?
Yes.
And again, does this set of photos accurately depict the crime scene or the, not necessarily the crime scene, but the residence that you were at on that evening, January 23rd of 2017?
Yes, it depicts the residence.
Okay. Not necessarily taken on 23rd, but photographs of the residence you were at on January 23rd?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, we are going to switch to another witness. We just wanted to mark some exhibits. If Detective Verna could step off the stand, we will subsequently recall him.
Not quite. You may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Verna, those 3 packets of photographs, were they taken at your direction?
No.
So there were other LAPD officers on the scene when you arrived?
There were.
Was there personnel from the crime lab there as well when you arrived?
Not when I arrived, no.
So these photos were taken after you arrived?
Yes. 2 of the packets, the first packet I was shown are overall pictures of the crime scene. The second packet were photos of the decedent for the most part, in position where he was. And then the third packet was taken at a later time. I believe those photos were when the home was listed for sale, for the most part.
So that would have been, what, weeks later?
I think months later.
Months later. At your direction? The photos were
I
taken-
didn't direct the home to be sold, no.
No.
Yeah.
You didn't buy it either, no.
I did not, no.
I'm talking about the photos
Yes.
that were taken weeks later. Was that at your direction?
No, I believe it's something that the realtor did when they listed the home.
I see. So that wasn't part of LAPD's investigation?
Correct.
But you've identified them as photographs you've seen before, and it accurately reflects the location that is depicted in the photograph.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's right.
And the first set of photographs, does the crime lab or SID, if that's the initials, decide which photographs to take of the victim and the crime scene and so forth, or do you direct them in any way?
For the most part, they're directed at what's going to be of interest to us. They do take overalls that they take themselves. We don't need to direct them to take an overall of a house, or most likely the vehicles that are parked out front. That's something they just kind of do themselves.
So they take it upon themselves to decide what photographs might be necessary for the investigation and so forth? Or do you assist in any way?
We assist to a certain degree. I mean, like I said, when they show up, they do what's called overalls. So they'll take pictures of the general house, the street, vehicles that are parked in the driveway, things like that. Now, when it comes to actual pictures of the decedent, we kind of direct like how they're going to be taken from, what angles, what's important. If there's evidence that's at the scene, we direct them where the evidence is at to take photos of that stuff.
What about the rest of the house that is not the actual crime scene? Are photographs taken of the entire house and bedrooms, other rooms, and so forth?
I don't recall if they were taken all over the house at this location. I know there's like a second floor that wasn't in play, so I don't know if there was pictures of those rooms or not.
You don't recall directing them to take photographs of anywhere else in the house other than the actual crime scene, garage, and so forth?
I don't recall, and I don't know if it was necessarily my call on which photos were taken. I'm just talking in general about how things work.
So there may be other photographs besides the ones that you looked at that were taken in this case?
There could be.
Okay. You indicated at some point that the case was transferred. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was because you needed more personnel? Did I hear that right?
I can give you specifics if you'd like.
Well, I heard more personnel was necessary
Correct.
to engage in the actual investigation.
Correct.
Things like tailing the suspects and so forth.
Yes, there was a belief at one point in time that a wiretap would be necessary in this case, and to run a wire room, it's virtually impossible for our bureau to do something like that. So in that case, yes, it was out of our scope of the realm of what we could do.
Okay, and also entailing suspects and so forth.
Well, we don't do that in general. We don't have the ability, we don't have the cars, we don't have the manpower, so that's why we reached out to other agencies within our department to handle that, like G&D.
And other agencies were reached out in this case.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated you did not communicate with Ms. Sementilli and that she was a suspect in the case, obviously, correct?
Say it again, sir?
You did not communicate to Ms. Sementilli that she was a suspect in this case.
Oh, absolutely not.
Right. And you never told her that Mr. Baker was a suspect in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It is correct.
Oh, it's correct, yeah, but we didn't, yeah. No, we did not tell her.
You had, by that time, through scientific evidence, pretty much established that he was a prime suspect as one of the two murderers. Is that correct?
At one point we did, yes.
And then you continued your investigation for several months without notifying Ms. Sementilli of that fact. Is that correct?
Yeah, they seemed pretty friendly, so we did not.
We've established that. We've established that. And there was a second murder you were aware of. Is that correct?
We knew there was an additional suspect at the time, but we did not know who it was.
And did you continue your investigation into the identity of that individual?
Yes.
And I take it you were long gone from the force by the time that he was identified and arrested. Is that
That's
a fair
correct.
statement?
Yes.
Do you have any role in the case after you retired,
No.
other than testifying here today?
No, sir.
Can you tell us approximately when you determined that Mr. Baker was a suspect in this case?
I believe the date was February 14th, 2017, when the DNA results came back.
And that was due to scientific evidence and the results of DNA being found in locations in the car and so forth, which would indicate that he had been present, his blood was present, and so forth.
Correct.
So from that date, he was a suspect.
Yes.
Could have been arrested.
Could have been.
And from that day on, one of your duties was to try to document whether or not he and Ms. Sementilli were having an affair. Is that right?
It wasn't about whether they're having an affair or not. That's not the...
You knew that
I wasn't
already?
investigating an affair.
Well, you were investigating a murder, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of the murder, you uncovered evidence that they were having an affair. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
And that was a major part of your investigation, correct? Documenting that.
Documenting it, yes. It's whether or not they had an affair is not part of my homicide investigation, though.
Right. It's irrelevant whether or
Right.
not they were having an affair. What's relevant is whether or not she participated in the murder.
Absolutely.
And that's what your investigation was focused on.
Correct.
Correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, other people?
Yes, briefly on these topics. Would it be fair to say that even though you had DNA evidence pointing to Robert Baker as being at the crime scene and also being in the victim's Porsche that was stolen after the murder, that you and the other homicide detectives at Valley Bureau continued to investigate him along with anybody else that you suspected might have been involved prior to making any arrests?
Yes.
Nothing.
Anything further about that, Ben?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Verna. You may stand down.
Thank you.
You may call the next witness.
You will call Officer Gabriel Rebolo.
That's it. Anything new in the business?
I know who it's supposed to be, and it's just,
Okay.
I went out and checked to see if she was outside, but she wasn't there yet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you want to move it anywhere? Move as you like.
Maybe you could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
First name is Gabriel, Gabriel. Last name is Rebolo, R-E, B as in boy, O-L-L-E-D-O.
Thank you. Officer Rebolo, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer with the Los Angeles Police Department. I'm currently assigned to Evidence Property Management Division, Curry Region,
How long have you been a police officer?
approximately 12 and a half years.
And can you describe your current duties, what you just told the court?
Yes. So what I do is I go to different divisions within the Bureau and pick up any analyzed evidence and transport to forensic science over at Cal State LA, Harbor Tech, and Central Property.
Prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes.
Back in January of 2017, then what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer at Devonshire Division.
Okay, and what are your duties entail as a patrol officer in general?
In general, respond to radio calls and enforce any violations of traffic.
So I'm going to ask you about January 23rd, 2017. Did you respond to a radio call then at 5012 Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills, Los Angeles County?
I did,
Was that about 5:45 p.m.?
approximately, yes.
Now, when you got a call, can you explain how a call comes through to you to respond to a location?
So a call will come out, depending on the severity of the call or urgency. It'll come out as a code 2, code 3, or a code 1. Code 3 would be lights and sirens. Code 2 would be get there as soon as possible. And code 1 would be, maybe like a neighbor dispute or, noise complaint.
Do you know what code this one was?
I believe it was a code 2.
So did you respond directly to the location?
I did.
Now, you just explained it, but did you have on lights and sirens, if you recall?
I did not. The comments of the call was to meet the fire department for a possible assault victim.
Were you working that night then in a what we call black and white patrol police vehicle?
Yes,
Were you working with a partner?
I was.
Who was your partner?
Officer Duncan?
And were both of you in uniform, meaning police LAPD uniform?
Yes.
Now, and when you mentioned Devonshire, is that just a station within the Los Angeles Police Department?
It is.
And it covers the Valley area, and does that cover Woodland Hills?
No. So when we received the radio call, it was assigned to Devonshire, an available Devonshire unit, because that area normally is covered by Topanga. And at that time, I believe Topanga had a perimeter set up that utilized all their available resources. And so we responded with pretty much a delay because we were further out.
So were you helping another division,
We were.
essentially? Okay.
Yes.
How long after you got the call do you think it took you to get to this location?
I don't recall, maybe approximately 20 minutes.
So at this point, you believe that you're just responding to some type of an assault call?
Yes, initially we were thinking we were going to have to take an injury report.
When you arrived, I'm going to show you a photograph. This has been previously marked in the packet. Exhibit 9, this is page 7. This is an aerial view. Do you recognize the house from this aerial view?
I do.
And that's at 5012 Queen Victoria Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the location that you arrived at?
It is.
Now, can you describe what the scene was like when you arrived?
The fire department was parked outside. We walked up to the residence, and I met with one of the firefighters.
As far as any patrol officers or police officers, were you the first on the scene as far as that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you got there, the fire department was there?
Yes.
And when you arrived there, this has been previously marked also as Exhibit 9. I'm going to put it, yeah, Exhibit 9, and this is page 9. Let me just focus for a second. Is this the house that you arrived at?
Yes.
And then the street in front of the house, is that Queen Victoria, which would be where the driveway into the house would feed into?
Yes.
Can't see it from here. All right, so walk us through then what happened when you arrived.
So when I arrived, I met with the firefighter who I asked, so what do we have? And he responded, the bodies in the backyard.
When you're talking to the firefighter, where is that conversation occurring?
On the sidewalk.
So in front of the house right here?
Just a little to the left of the driveway.
Crime scene, this is a Exhibit 7, previously marked page 11. Is this a closer view then of the driveway?
It is.
Now when you arrived, is this how the scene looked? Meaning the truck there, the garage door open?
I don't remember the truck, but I do remember walking up to the driveway and the garage door was open.
Okay, what else do you recall?
There was no vehicle inside. As I walked into the garage, I noticed there was blood stains on the floor. And then there was an open door leading into the residence from the garage. As I walked in, it led into the kitchen.
Let me give you a photograph of the garage. It's previously marked as Exhibit 7. This is page 14. Let me go out a little bit. Is this a view of the garage then that you walked into?
Yes.
And was it empty, meaning no cars in the garage when you went in?
That's correct.
In the background, the bottom right photograph, there appears to be a door. Is that the door that led into the house?
Yes, it is.
And one more Exhibit 7, page 15. If you could just orient us then as far as the garage, where the door is that leads into the house on this photograph.
The door is to the right of the picture.
Right up here?
Yes.
Okay. There's some placards on the ground. It looks like some white cards. Do you know what those are?
I believe that's where the blood stains were.
So when you walked in at this point, you saw what appeared to be blood stains.
Yes.
And it indicates the area where those placards are, that general area.
Yes.
Okay, and then as you entered the house, actually one more, I'm sorry, Exhibit 7, page 19. One more view of that entry, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there's some more placards that are a little bit closer, or I'm saying placards, but white cards. What are those, by the way?
That's to mark any possible evidence, so that way any officers, anyone who's coming to the scene is aware not to step on that area.
So those white folded pieces of paper, essentially, are those put down in your experience by initial officers when you see something of interest?
Sometimes.
Okay. And then later do forensics people come and actually...
They photograph and take DNA samples if
and they mark the cards as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you enter that door into the house, where does it lead?
It leads into the kitchen.
And this is Exhibit 7. These off page 33. This is does that appear to be the kitchen that you recall?
Yes.
And again, did you notice any of these red marks on the floor that appear to look like blood?
Yes. They appear to be footprints with blood. As soon as I noticed that, I asked the firefighter if that was a result of them going in and out of the house. And he replied that those footprints were already there prior to their arrival.
Okay, so it appeared to you to be blood, and then what? When you say footprints, like somebody had stepped in it or tracked it in?
Yes.
You don't know which one?
Right.
Right, okay. Exhibit 8, page 7. In the background there is a door right here. Is that the door from the kitchen?
It is.
Okay, can you just kind of orient us in what you did after you walked through the kitchen, saw what appeared to be blood? Did you walk out to this patio?
Yes. So as soon as I walked in, I observed the footprints, walked around the island, and the firefighter indicated that the wife and the victim's children were sitting at the dining table.
Okay, so where was the dining room table in relation to the kitchen then?
So, facing the door leading to the patio, the dining table was to my right,
All right, and this
facing it from inside.
Let me just go to Exhibit 7, page 44. In the bottom right photograph, there
Yes.
appears to be a dining room table. Is that where you saw people sit?
Yeah. So I was standing between, I would say, between the dining table and the island, facing the door leading out to the patio.
And who did you see sitting at that table?
It was the victim's wife and his 2 daughters.
When you say the victim's wife, do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Sitting to my right, she has a white blouse with a red blazer. I'm sorry, a blue blazer.
Now, did you have any direct conversations with the defendant that you recall?
No, not that I recall.
Do you remember anything about the individual sitting at the table? Anything about what was occurring at that moment?
Well, they were sitting there. I heard them crying. I remember her saying, "Why would somebody do this to him?"
When you
Repeatedly.
say her, do you mean the defendant?
Yes, I.
Okay. And then you saw another, was it female with the defendant?
Yes,
Just one?
the 2 daughters.
2 daughters, okay. Did you have any conversations with the daughters?
Not at that time.
Did you later have a conversation with the daughters?
Yes, with
Okay.
one of the daughters.
All right. Were they over on that table then by themselves?
Yes,
Now, you're one of the first to respond, is that correct?
yes,
So are you the first police officers on scene to encounter those individuals that you know of,
that I know of. Yes,
other than the fire department?
right.
Okay. So what did you do next then?
So then, at that time, I exited the residence into the patio area.
And this is Exhibit 8, page 8. Is that the patio area you walked onto?
Yes.
All right, and can you explain what you saw there?
So when I walked out, I remember seeing the victim with his chest and his head resting on the seat of a patio chair. He had blood around his neck and blood on the floor.
Is that indicated in the photo where the victim is?
Yes.
Is there a pointer up there or no?
Yeah.
There should be.
Behind his TV as well.
This one.
You just extend that and then turn around to the screen and just, I'll show you some more photographs, but just for Exhibit 8, page 80. Can you indicate where the victim is then?
The victim is right
And you're pointing to the middle of the photo. It appears to be an individual lying over a chair. And is that the position that you first encountered the victim?
there. Yes.
Exhibit 8, page 9. Again, is that a closer view?
Yes.
Now, there's some yellow tape tape, yes. Did you put that up?
No,
Was that up when you got there?
it was.
Do you know who put it up?
Yes, I asked a firefighter who had put that up, and they said that they had put it up just to preserve any evidence.
And so based on your experience, you're saying to preserve evidence. What does that mean?
Meaning that a crime had occurred, and we needed to just make sure that nobody contaminated the area.
Exhibit 8, page 5. You orient us as far as the direction of this photograph, where we're looking.
Yes, so this is the kitchen area leading out to the patio.
And then Exhibit 8, page 6. Again, this is just another angle.
Yes,
Can you show us where the kitchen door is again?
that's right.
And you're pointing to the left photograph, the door that leads into the house.
Yes.
On Exhibit 7, page 10, do you recall a fire pit being there?
Yes. it had
Where is
a-
the fire pit?
Fire pit was behind him, this area here. It had an open flame. I had also observed a television that was on.
Okay. And you pointed to a round cylinder type object in the bottom
Yes.
left of the photograph. And you recall the flame being on?
Yes,
The TV was on, you said, as well?
it was.
And where was the TV?
TV would, I would say it was, I believe it was, see, in this area back here.
Okay, 1 second. Let's go to photo that one. All right. And this was Exhibit 8, page 7. You show us where the TV is. And you're pointing to the top of the photograph where there's appears to be a television screen. Okay, what did you do next then?
So the next, I walked into the residence and figured I needed to escort everybody out of the house. So I directed them to walk, exit the house through the front door.
Why are you clearing everyone out of the house?
To pretty much preserve any other evidence that might have potentially been there in the area.
Is that standard procedure then at a crime scene to remove individuals from around and near a crime scene?
Yes.
And when you say preserve evidence again, can you kind of break down what does that mean?
Well, we hadn't cleared the residence yet, so we just wanted to make sure that there was no one else was stepping on either blood and tracking it throughout the house, or any other potential, like I said, evidence.
Your job as a primary responder, was that to go around and look for any evidence and objects at that moment?
At that moment, only what's visible, but mainly is to identify what had occurred.
Then, as you were there, did more officers proceed to arrive?
No.
At some point, more officers came?
Yes.
Okay. So while you're there, were you still there when officers started arriving and detectives and that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And then they appeared to you to have different responsibilities and roles?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do with the family then?
So as we were walking out from the dining area to the front, I was walking behind the family, and I observed on the left-hand side of the front door there was a hallway leading into what appeared to be a room. I noticed there was like an open drawer and items scattered on the floor.
Let me see if I can get that photograph. One moment. All right, I have a photograph of that. So you noticed what appeared to be a bedroom,
Yes.
and it's on the first floor.
Yes.
Did you go into that bedroom?
I did not.
So what exactly could you see within that bedroom?
I remember seeing a drawer that was open and items just scattered on the floor.
And why did that catch your attention?
It just the house wasn't. It didn't appear like it was anything else that had been, I guess, tampered with.
Okay. If I may mark as equals 10, it is a drawing, appears to be a blueprint then.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the layout of the house?
I am.
Can you describe then your point of entry and just walk us through, and then that bedroom that you looked into?
Sure. So this is the driveway, and this is the garage.
And so I have to describe what you're doing for the record. So you're talking, if you could talk it through, in the bottom left corner, you entered, or bottom right corner, you entered in through what's marked driveway.
Right. And then I walk into what's marked garage,
Okay.
and there's a door just at the bottom of that side there in the center of the picture. This leading into the kitchen. So this is where I observed the what appear to be footprints with blood. I walked around this island here, and this is where the firefighter indicated the family was sitting in this area here.
And that dining room table, by the way, I'll keep that exhibit up, but People's 7, page 45, is at the dining room table.
Yes.
And then do you remember, there's a placard there marked 21. Do you have any idea what that is?
I don't.
Okay. Go ahead. And back to exhibit 11.
Okay.
10, I'm sorry.
So as I walked around the island here, I exited the kitchen into the patio area, which is marked patio. And that's where I observed the fire pit with the open flame and the television that was on. At that moment, I went back into the residence and escorted the family out to the front door, and the front door leading over this side here.
If I go Marcus Peoples 11, Your Honor, it's a section. Let me see if it's 30. I'm sorry, 30 marked in the book. It's Exhibit 7, page 46. We see a picture of what you've already identified as the family room. Do you see the front door in that photograph?
Yes, front door as well.
Okay, so you walk the family then through the living room to the front door?
Yes.
And then what?
If we can go back to the previous picture.
Yep. And that's Exhibit 10.
So as we're walking here, the family starts to exit the residence. This is where I was able to catch a glimpse of this room here. There was a door leading to a room here.
And you're pointing to a room that has an M bedroom label, is that correct? At the top.
This one here? Yes. So this is where I observed items scattered on the floor.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
And we exited the residence through the front, walked out down the driveway, and as we escorted the family out to the to the sidewalk, we put up crime scene tape to block off the driveway.
Exhibit 752, was that the doorway in the very back that you could see into?
I believe that's it.
So that's basically, is that a snapshot of the glimpse that you got?
Yes.
And no more than that, just to see that some drawers
That's
were open?
correct.
Okay. What happened then when you got outside?
So as we got outside, like I said, we had taped off the driveway, and immediately contacted Devonshire Watch Commander and Topanga Watch Commanders to let them know what we had discovered.
When you say take off the driveway, Exhibit 7, page 10, is that a photograph then, an accurate one of the driveway that you recall with the gates right there?
Yes,
And when you arrived, do you recall the gates being opened?
they were open.
And your testimony is you don't remember the truck being there one way or the other, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the tape right there, that was put up by you or someone in your presence?
That was put up by, I believe my partner had put that one.
And that tape, again, is to keep people from going in and out, is that
That's
correct? Okay. Do you, the individuals that you spoke to, you talked about the defendant and two females. If I may mark as People's 11, a photograph of a female individual. Do you remember this girl as being one of those two females
Yes.
that you identified as one of the daughters?
Yes.
And if I may mark as People's 12, another photograph of a second female with long hair. Do you recognize this individual as well as being one of those two females?
I
One of
do.
the three females?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with that area? You said it was out of your, basically your jurisdiction. Are you familiar with that area?
I'm not.
When you drove into that area, did you notice any, like when you enter the area, any signs for cameras or anything where the area would be under surveillance?
I did.
Okay, Exhibit 9, and this is page 5. Did you pass this on your way in, responding to the location?
Yes, I did.
And there's some circled areas on the photograph. What were those, or what are those?
So one is a sign indicating that there's video surveillance, and the other is the camera. So this is the camera.
And you're pointing to the right object that's got a red circle around it. Of the two objects is the one on the right, correct?
That's correct.
The road that's running up and down the photograph to the left of that camera, do you know what road that is?
I believe that's that would be Victoria.
Queen Victoria, is that the road that the house was on?
Yes.
Now, if you were to drive up the photograph, so to the top of the photograph, is that the direction that you were traveling to respond to the house on the upper left side?
Yes.
Okay.
Officer, can you move the mic one a little closer to you?
Is that 12? Did I mark that as 12? I believe so. my last exhibit 12?
Your last exhibit is 12.
Yes. Okay, I put 12 back up there. That road, do you recall?
Sorry,
if you
that's not 12.
No, this is
12 is
exhibit
female.
9.
Oh, sorry. In the packet. Exhibit 9, page 5. Yes, thank you. That Queen Victoria from that direction, from where that camera is going up, do you remember how far up that hill the house was?
I don't, but I know it was quite a walk.
Do you recall, is that a flat road or a hill?
It's a hill.
Okay, like a steep hill? Or just an average?
Well, going uphill. Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councilman Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer
Good morning.
Rebolledo. Is it Rebolledo or Rebolledo?
Rebolledo.
Rebolledo. If there's anything I ask you that's confusing or you need me to clarify, just let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
So this is going back quite a while. January 23rd, 2017, correct?
Yes.
Did you write a report
I
in this
did.
case? And did you review that report prior to testifying here
I did.
today? When did you review it?
I've reviewed it just this morning.
And did you discuss the report with the district attorneys to say if there's anything you left out or was missing or incorrect?
I think I met with them, I wouldn't say maybe back in March of last year.
Okay, and that was the last time you met with them prior to testifying today?
No.
No? When did you meet again?
This morning.
This morning? Okay. And it was just to discuss scheduling and things like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Regarding your role, did you review your report this morning again?
My statement from the location.
Okay. And your statement from this location, do you remember saying that you received the dispatch at approximately 1726?
If I could take a look.
Yeah, if you need to, you can refresh your recollection.
That's correct.
That's correct. So 1726, you received the dispatch for a possible assault, correct?
That's correct.
And other than that, you had no information regarding what had occurred or anything like that?
That's correct.
And you said it took you about 20 minutes approximately?
I think so, yeah.
Sorry, can you just let me finish so we can
Sure.
get both down? Thank you. And took you about 20 minutes. When you arrived at the scene, you said you entered through the driveway, then walked through the garage, correct?
That's correct.
Did you go by yourself or with your partner?
I went by myself.
What was your partner doing when you arrived?
My partner was outside of the residence.
He was just waiting for you to get back out?
Yeah, I believe he might have been talking to the rescue ambulance.
Okay.
The paramedics.
And you first spoke to, I believe it's firefighter Kokinski, is that correct? Is that who
Yes.
greeted you?
Yes,
And he explained to you what the scene was when you arrived?
that's correct.
And after he explained to you what the scene was, what was your role when you got that information?
So at that time, he walked me into the to the residence and directed me where the victim was.
So the firefighter escorted you through that residence, correct?
That's correct.
And just a quick clarification on People's Exhibit 7, page 15. Do you have that? Can I borrow that, please?
First one? Yeah, what?
No, the Well,
We gave the sets to Esther, so she has all three sets.
thank you. You got it? Was this the garage as you remember it on that night?
Yes,
So this photo would be a clear indication of the state of where everything was the night of the 23rd, correct?
I wasn't the one that put up the markers.
Okay, I was mainly talking about the furniture, nothing else. As what you remember when you walked into the garage, as it appears on this photograph,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And when you were escorted into the residence by the firefighter, were you introduced to the family by the firefighter?
No, he just pointed out where the family was.
And they were there before you walked inside the house, correct?
That's correct.
And you heard them crying, I believe you said?
Yes.
And do you remember you said something about you heard saying, why would somebody do this? Do you remember who said that?
I believe it was his wife. The
His
victim's
wife. His wife said that? Okay. And that's who you identified previously in court?
That's correct.
Regarding the crime scene, your role at that time was just to assess what had occurred, correct?
That's correct.
And once you did, you noticed the bloody footprints, correct?
That's correct.
And the firefighter reported to you that it was not his footprints that tracked it, correct, or any other firefighter's footprints that tracked it?
That's correct.
And was your role, I believe you said you now work in evidence management pickup?
Yes.
In that division?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't your role back then, correct?
No.
So you had no role in preserving evidence, taking pictures of evidence, putting any placards throughout this?
No.
The extent of your role merely was to assess the initial crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And when you got out to the back, you observed the victim's body in the chair, correct?
That's correct.
Did you touch the victim's body or manipulate it in any way to assess for injuries or anything like that?
No. The fire department had already determined that the victim had been deceased, and they had taped off the patio area.
So you did not walk into that taped area, correct?
I did not.
You merely observed.
Yes.
And anything that you observed that you deemed important, you put into your report, correct?
Yes.
And afterwards, you walked back into the kitchen, correct?
That's correct.
And what happened afterwards? Did you go directly to the family?
I asked the family if actually no. I asked everyone to exit the residence.
Did you?
So the family.
You introduced yourself first, correct? And
I don't remember if I did.
Okay, but you escorted them out.
Yes.
And that's when you observed the drawer being empty, or the scattered items on the floor, and that
Yes.
drawer open, correct? In that one bedroom you
Right
previously-
before we exited. Yes.
And when you walked outside, your partner was still out there talking to the other firefighters,
I believe he was. Yes.
and you escorted them out through the gate, and then your partner taped off the area.
Yes.
Did you ever return back inside the house after the...
I did not.
What did you do the rest of the night after you got outside?
So we, like I stated earlier, we notified Devonshire Watch Commander and Topanga Watch Commanders of what we had discovered, so that they could send out additional resources.
And afterwards, I believe you said in your direct that you spoke to one of the daughters later.
Yes.
Do you remember which daughter that was?
I don't.
Could those pictures help you possibly identify which one it was?
No.
You don't remember? Did you? What was that conversation about?
It was brief. She was just she was crying, stating that she felt guilty because I guess her father had just purchased a vehicle that was apparently stolen, and she had posted that on her social media, and she figured that maybe that's what drew attention.
Okay, so that was the extent of the conversation.
That was it.
Did you didn't put that in your report, did you?
No.
Okay. And you didn't ever speak to Ms. Sementilli, the victim's wife, about anything, did you?
I don't recall I did. No.
Okay. And how long were you at the house for that night?
Inside the house?
Outside? Just the duration. When did you arrive at? You arrived at the crime scene, I'd say around what, 5:45 p.m.
Yeah, I would say it was a few hours, approximately maybe 3 hours.
Approximately. Okay, and what was your role after your initial thing throughout? Were you just there to lead assistance if needed, or anything
Yes.
like that?
So because it wasn't our division, I notified Topanga Watch Commander, and he immediately sent a supervisor to our area. Like I had stated, Topanga units were stuck on a perimeter at that time. So as soon as there were available resources, they were sent to our location.
Understood. And you mentioned, I believe, that you believe the house was tampered with only in that one bedroom you observed, right? The rest of the house you didn't see?
That's correct.
Did you go into any of the other bedrooms or
I
walk around the house at all?
I did not.
So you don't know what the rest of the crime scene was in terms of how it looked or appeared ransacked or tampered with?
That's correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Did you report your findings to anyone outside of your watch commander?
To Topanga watch commanders and to the detectives as they were arriving.
So you spoke to the detectives as they arrived?
Yes. Just to let them know what I had observed.
Do you remember which detective you spoke with?
I don't.
Did you tell them essentially what you testified to today about what you had observed?
Yes.
Was there any other information that you told them that was not in your report?
Not that I recall.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. However, I did want to correct one exhibit, if I may.
All right, you may. Do we need this officer for you to correct the exhibit? Thank you, officer. You are excused.
Thank you.
And what is it you wish to correct?
I put up an exhibit. I said it was from the packet that we marked as Exhibit 7. Page 10 is actually for, Exhibit 8. Page 10.
Thank you. You call your next witness.
People call.
Wait.
Dalia Rivera.
Interpreter, is that correct? Counsel, this witness does require a Spanish interpreter?
Yes, she does.
And the Spanish interpreter is present. Thank you. You called Ms. Rivera, is that correct?
I got it.
And before the witness is sworn, if I can have the identifying information of the interpreter, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Carmen Garza, for certified filing secretary, 075, ID number 300436.
Thank you.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help me God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand.
There's a seat for the interpreter if you wish.
Pardon me, Your Honor?
You can have a seat as well if you wish, or you can stand.
No, I'd rather be standing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And for the record, state and spell your first and last name, please.
Relato, ¿puede dar su nombre? El primer nombre y apellido, por favor.
Dalia Rivera Pacheco.
Dalia Rivera Pacheco. ¿Lo puede deletrear?
D-E-L-I-A Rivera R-I-A R-I-B-E-R-A
Pacheco.
P-A-C-H-E-C-O.
D-E-L-I-A-R-I-V Victor E-R-A P-A-C-H-E-C-O.
Thank you. And you may proceed.
Gracias. Puede proceder.
Good morning, Ms. Rivera.
Buenos días, señor Rivera.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Ready? Okay. Back in 2017, that time frame, where were you employed?
En el 2017, en ese periodo de tiempo, ¿dónde estaba trabajando?
Trabajé en la residencia limpiando casas. en la residencia de la familia Sementilli.
I was working at the residence. I was working cleaning houses at the Sementilli residence.
Okay, and the person sitting over here in the blue jacket with the ponytail at defense table over here, do you recognize her?
¿Usted reconoce aquí a la señora que está sentada con la de caballo en la mesa de la defensa? Yes.
Who is that?
¿Quién es?
Mónica Sementilli.
Mónica Sementilli.
Identify the defendant.
Was she one of the employers that you had during the year of 2017?
¿Ella era una de las personas con las que trabajábamos en el 2017?
Sí.
Yes.
If I may mark as People's 13, a photograph
Ahora voy a mostrar la foto
of an individual, a
de
male.
ese individuo.
Do you recognize him?
¿Lo reconoce?
Sí.
Yes.
Who is that?
¿Quién es?
Fabio Sementilli.
Fabio Sementilli.
Was he also your employer with the defendant Monica Sementilli?
También su empleador con la acusada
Sí.
de Sementilli. Yes.
What did you do for the Sementillis? What was your job?
¿Cuál es su trabajo con los Sementillis? ¿De qué trabajaba?
Limpiaba la casa.
I used to clean the house.
Did you clean other houses during that time frame?
¿Usted limpiaba otras casas durante ese periodo de tiempo?
Sí.
Yes.
And how many other houses?
¿Cuántas otras casas?
En esa área limpiaba 6 casas.
In that area, I was cleaning 6 houses.
When you say that area, is it the area of Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills?
Cuando dice esa área, habla de la calle Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills.
En el área.
Yes, in that area.
Did you clean friends' houses of the Sementillis?
¿Y usted limpiaba casas de amigos de los Sementillis?
No.
No.
How often did you clean their house, the Sementillis?
¿Qué tan seguido limpiaba las casas de los Sementillis?
Cada 2 semanas.
Every 2 weeks.
So every 2 weeks you came to the house and then just did standard cleaning, like
Venía a la casa, limpiaba
floors, kitchens, bedrooms, things of that
la
nature.
cocina, recámaras, cosas así.
Sí.
Yes.
How long, as of January 2017, how long had you been working for the Sementillis cleaning their house?
Enero del 2017. ¿Cuánto tiempo llevaba limpiando la casa de los Sementillis?
2 años y medio.
2.5 years.
Putting up Exhibit 11, do you recognize
En el
that individual?
2011, ¿usted reconoce a ese individuo? Ese individuo.
Sí.
Yes.
And who is that?
¿Quién es?
Jessica
Jessica.
And
Sementilli.
was she part of the
Sementilli.
family?
¿Y ella es de la familia?
Sí.
Yes.
One of the daughters?
Una de las hijas.
Sí.
Yes.
And then People's 12, do you recognize her?
¿La reconoce?
Sí.
Yes.
And who is that?
¿Quién es?
Isabela.
Isabela.
And that was another daughter?
Otra hija.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, would you say that you were close friends with the family?
¿Usted puede decir que era como cercana a la familia? ¿Como amiga cercana?
No.
No.
Okay. Everything, did they treat you nice?
¿La trataban bien?
Sí.
Yes.
Good employers?
Eran buenos empleadores.
Sí.
Yes.
Showing you
Ahora le voy a mostrar
Exhibit 9, page 9.
el documento 9 de la página.
Is that the house that you cleaned for
¿Esa es la
them?
casa que usted les limpiaba?
Sí.
Yes.
Now you said you came
Usted
every
dice
other week or
que
once every
usted
2 weeks,
venía
correct?
cada 2 semanas. Cada
Sí.
semana. Yes.
Did you always come on the same
¿Usted
day?
llegaba siempre el mismo día?
Sí.
Yes.
And what day was that?
¿Qué día era?
Lunes.
Monday.
What time did you clean from on Mondays?
Limpiaba los lunes.
8 de la mañana.
8 in the morning.
Until what time
¿Hasta qué
approximately?
hora aproximadamente?
Aproximadamente de 2:15 a 2:30.
Approximately from 2:15 to 2:30.
And was it the same hours
Ya,
then?
las mismas horas.
On the Mondays when you came?
Los lunes.
Was
cuando
it always
iba.
8 to about 2?
Siempre era de 8 a 2, más o menos.
Más o menos.
More or less. Un segundo.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. Okay, so on the morning that I want to talk to you about, there's a gate in front of the house right there.
En la mañana
Right.
que vamos a hablar. Hay un portón ahí, ¿correcto? Correcto.
When you would come on those Mondays,
Cuando usted venía,
was the gate usually open or was it
el
closed?
portón estaba abierto o cerrado?
Abierto.
Open.
And how did you get into the house? Did you have a key to their
¿Cómo
house?
llegaba? ¿Cómo entraba a la casa? ¿Tenía llave a la casa?
Yo tenía llave,
I had a key,
pero ese día en especial no la usé. Me abrió Mónica.
but that day, especially that day, I didn't open the door with the key. Monica opened the door for me.
Okay, so the door was opened by Monica, and then when you left, how did you leave? Did you go out through the front
Y
door?
cuando salió, se salió por la puerta de enfrente.
Sí.
Yes.
And normally,
Y
when you left,
normalmente,
did you lock
cuando
the
se
front
iba,
door when you would leave?
¿Usted cerraba con llave la puerta de enfrente cuando se iba?
Normalmente ella me llevaba a la parada del bus.
She would normally take me to the bus stop.
Who would take you?
¿Quién la llevaba?
Mónica Sementilli.
Mónica Sementilli
Would take you to the bus stop.
la llevaba a la parada del autobús.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you recognize another
Le voy
individual.
a ver si usted reconoce a otro individuo, otra
Let
persona.
me mark this equals 14.
Es la
We'll get this out of the way. Do you recognize?
Sorry, what is it you're speaking
I'm
about,
sorry.
counsel?
14 is a photograph
la 14
of
es
a
una
male
fotografía
individual
de un
Somewhere.
with the
hombre
name Robert Louis Baker.
de nombre Robert Louis Baker.
Do you recognize him?
¿Usted lo reconoce?
No.
No.
So you'd never seen him at the house
¿Usted
or
nunca
around the house?
la había visto en la casa o alrededor de la casa?
No.
No.
Okay. I'll show you a couple photos here.
Le voy a mostrar un par de fotografías.
Let me mark his people's 15.
Y voy a poner el documento 15 de la
And that is a photograph of a bedroom with a bed in it.
de una cámara.
People's 15, and it's labeled on the left. Do you recognize that room? I'm just going to orient you to the house.
Es, ¿en qué orientación está la casa? ¿La conoce? I do not remember.
I'm sorry.
I do not remember.
Okay, so you don't recognize. Did you ever go clean the girls' bedrooms, Isabella and Jessica's?
¿Limpiaba las recámaras de las niñas Isabela y Jessica? Sí. Yes.
Does that refresh your memory? Does that look like one of the bedrooms that you cleaned?
Parece una de las recámaras que limpiaba.
No estoy muy segura.
I'm not quite sure.
That's okay.
Está bien.
The master bedroom. Do you recognize the master bedroom?
¿Y la recámara principal la reconoce?
This, if I may mark people's 16,
Again, what is it, please?
it's a photograph of a bed with a green comforter and some shutters.
All right.
Cama con un sobrecama verde y unas persianas.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recognize that room?
¿Reconoce esas? Yes.
Okay, is that the master bedroom?
Esa es la cámara principal.
Sí.
Yes.
On the right-hand side, there's some shutters or some doors.
Hay unas
And you can see them in the left photograph. Does that lead to the outside?
Lo ve en la fotografía. ¿Eso lleva a la parte de afuera?
Sí.
Yes.
Typically, when you were there every other Monday, were those doors open or were they closed?
¿Estaban abiertas o cerradas?
Cerradas.
Closed.
Do you know if those doors,
¿Usted
like
sabe
behind
si
that,
esas puertas
those doors, do they lock?
tienen seguro?
A veces tenían seguro.
Sometimes they were locked.
Sometimes the doors were locked. Does that mean sometimes they were obviously unlocked?
Algunas veces estaban cerradas con seguro y a veces no.
Lo que pasa es que en una vez yo limpiaba las persianas y es cuando me daba cuenta si estaban abiertas o cerradas.
What happens is that whenever I had to clean them once, I would know whether they were locked or not.
La siguiente vez no las limpiaba o no las tocaba para
And the
nada.
next time I would not clean them, so I would not touch them.
Do you remember then back on the day that Fabio died, January 23rd, 2017? Do you remember cleaning the house that day?
¿Usted se acuerda haber limpiado la casa ese día?
No. La casa la limpié, las persianas no.
Oh, I cleaned the house, but not the blinds.
So do you recall then, when you say blinds, do you mean those doors?
¿Esas puertas?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall or do you know if those doors were locked or unlocked?
¿Estaban cerradas o estaban cerradas con seguro o no?
No sé. Porque no las toqué.
I don't know because I didn't touch them.
Okay. Were they closed like this in the photograph?
¿En esa fotografía sí estaban cerradas? I don't remember.
That's okay. All
Está
right.
bien.
From the master bedroom, if I can mark as people 17, it's a bathroom. Marking people 17, this bathroom right here. Do you know where that bathroom is?
¿Sabe cuál es ese baño?
Es el baño de Isabela.
That is Isabella's bathroom.
Does it connect to another room?
Y está conectado a otro cuarto.
Sí.
Yes.
What room does it connect to?
¿A cuál recámara está conectado?
No a la principal, a la siguiente.
Not to the master's bedroom, to the next.
If I may mark people's 18, a bedroom with a closet depicted in it.
Very good.
People's 18, is this where the bathroom connected?
¿Esa es a la recámara con la cual estaba conectado el baño?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know whose room this is?
¿Usted sabe de quién es este cuarto?
Fabio.
Fabio.
But this is not the master bedroom, correct?
Pero no es la recámara principal.
No.
No.
So the day of January 23rd, 2017, I want to walk you through that.
Le voy a repasar.
Do you know what time you arrived at the Sementilli residence?
¿A qué hora llegó a la residencia de los Sementilli?
8 de la mañana.
8 in the morning.
Okay, and how did you get there?
¿Y cómo llegó ahí?
Mi hija me llevó.
My daughter took me there.
Who's your daughter? What's
¿Quién
her
es su
name?
hija? ¿Cuál es su nombre?
Paula.
Paula.
Do you remember what kind of car Paula drove? Sorry.
¿Qué auto manejaba Paula?
Era un Honda Accord 2008.
2008 Honda Accord.
If I may show a
Le
video.
voy a mostrar un video.
Are you aware that the Sementilli residence had
Que la casa de los Sementilli
surveillance cameras?
tenía cámaras de vigilancia.
Sí.
Yes.
And I'll get into that in a bit. Are you aware of any other surveillance cameras in the neighborhood? Were you aware that the neighborhood had surveillance
Sí, el
cameras?
vecindario tendría esas cámaras de vigilancia.
No sé.
No, I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to show you a video and see if
Le
you
voy a
recognize.
mostrar un video.
Mark?
If I may mark it.
Reconoce.
Sorry.
19.
Yes, thank you.
19.
And if it doesn't work, then we'll just. Why would it work? I mean,
Well, we're supposed to do it as a break anyway.
okay, yeah.
All right, let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes. All council present, jury, and alternate present. Ms. Rivera-Pacheco, you're still under oath, and you are being assisted by the Spanish interpreter whose oath is on file. People may continue with their direct examination.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera. When we broke up, I was just asking a couple of questions about those master bedroom shutters. Exhibit 7, page 76. I'll come back to the video. That photograph is from the patio looking into the master bedroom. Is that correct? Or the outside looking in?
Yes.
Now, in that photograph, the shutters appear or are open, and there's a sliding door. When you left the day of the 23rd of 2017 after you finished cleaning, do you know, if you recall, if those shutters were open or closed?
I do not remember.
Okay. Where I left off, your arrival, I believe I asked the court if I may mark as People's 19 a video. I'm going to play you just a quick snippet video. And if you'll watch the next car coming down the road. That's really fast. Was that the car that you arrived in that morning then?
I think so.
Do you need to see it again?
¿No necesita ver otra vez?
Sí. So fast.
Yes, please.
Let's see if we can slow it, if we can. If not.
Oh, that was too fast.
We have technical experts here.
Do you have a screenshot?
Yeah, right here. Okay, that car's circled. Is that you arriving?
Sí, claro. ¿Ese de usted llegando?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. That's your daughter driving you to work, you said?
Es cuando su hija la llevaba a trabajar, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and then you testified earlier. Do you believe it was around 8:05 in the left corner? Does that appear as the accurate time when you came to work?
Es la hora a la que llegó a trabajar.
Does 8:05 seem like the correct time?
¿Es la hora correcta? 8:05?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
What time did you normally arrive?
¿A qué hora?
Normalmente era las 8.
It would normally be at 8.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that road that you're turning off of, do you know what that road is off the top of your mind?
¿Se acuerda cuál es el nombre de la calle de donde dieron la vuelta?
Esta es Oakdale.
¿Qué dijo?
Oakdale.
That is Oakdale.
Oakdale, and then what street are you turning onto?
¿Y en qué calle? ¿A qué calle estaban dando vuelta?
Queen Victoria.
Queen Victoria.
Okay, and then after you turn right here, how far is the house from when you turn this corner right here?
¿Qué tan lejos estaba la casa de donde ustedes dieron la vuelta? ¿Qué tan lejos?
Dos casas.
Two houses
Okay, thank
away.
you. All right, thank you.
Gracias.
My name is People's 20 still shot of the video that was just shown
Very well.
in court. Okay, and again, People's 20, do you recognize the car that you're dropped off sometime around 8 o'clock? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got to the location that morning, you said Monica let you in. Was Fabio home when you got there?
¿Fabio estaba esa mañana ahí?
Sí.
Yes.
Who else was home?
¿Quién más estaba en la casa?
Jessica.
Jessica.
What about the other daughter, Isabella? Did you see
La
her?
otra hija, Isabela, ¿la vio?
No estaba.
She was not there.
When you saw Fabio, when you got there a little after 8, what was he doing?
De las 8, ¿qué estaba haciendo él?
Cuando yo entré,
When
yo no lo miré,
When I got there, I didn't see him,
pero lo escuché que estaba en la cocina.
but I heard he was in the kitchen.
Normalmente él se está preparando su café.
He would normally be preparing his coffee.
You didn't see him, but you heard him.
Usted no lo vio, pero lo escuchó.
Sí.
Yes.
Hey, tell us what you began to do then.
Dígame qué es lo que empezó a hacer.
Fui al garage por mis cosas para empezar a trabajar en el cuarto principal.
I went to the garage to get my things in order to start working in the master bedroom.
Did you keep cleaning supplies in the garage?
Y en el garage guardaba todos sus implementos de limpieza.
Sí.
Yes.
And then what did you do after that?
¿Qué hizo después de eso?
Después del cuarto principal, el siguiente cuarto, que es el donde se quedaba Fabio.
After the master bedroom, I went to the bedroom where Fabio used to stay.
So, are you saying that you went to clean the master bedroom first?
Primero fue a limpiar la recámara principal.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know where Fabio was at that time?
¿Usted sabe dónde estaba Fabio en ese momento?
Como está retirado de la cocina, él seguía en la cocina. Yo ya no fui para la cocina. Yo no lo miré ya.
It is far from the bedroom, so he was in the kitchen, so I didn't see him again.
Did you see Monica again?
¿Usted vio a Mónica otra vez?
Ella andaba ahí alrededor.
She was there. She was around.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual that day at all?
¿Vio algo inusual ese día?
No.
No.
Okay. At some point,
En algún momento,
did the defendant, Mrs. Sementilli, and
la señora
leave the
Sementilli
residence?
se fue de la residencia, salió.
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember?
¿Qué es de lo que se acuerda?
Recuerdo que salió ella y su hija Jessica.
I remember that she and her daughter Jessica left.
Do you know where they were going? Did they tell you?
¿Se acuerda a dónde fueron? ¿Le dijeron?
No me dijeron, pero estaban vestidas con ropa deportiva.
They didn't tell me, but they were wearing sports clothes.
Okay, like for exercise?
Como para ejercicio.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know them to belong to a gym?
¿Sabe si pertenecían a un gimnasio?
No.
No.
Did you see Fabio
¿Usted
leave at
vio
any time?
a Fabio que saliera en ese momento?
En ese momento yo no lo miré que saliera.
I didn't see him leaving at that moment.
Supe que no estaba porque Mónica, cuando se iba a ir, ella me dijo que ahí me dejaba mi cheque y que tal vez regresaba su esposo para llevarme a la parada del bus.
I knew that he was going to leave. Monica left me my check, and then she said that her husband was going to take me to the bus stop. Okay.
So did you ever know before you were done working if Fabio left the house
de trabajar.
at any point?
¿Usted sabe si Fabio salió en algún momento?
No sé si él salió, porque cuando yo bajé de limpiar la recámara de Jessica, es en el segundo piso.
I don't know if he left, because when I went down after I cleaned Jessica's bedroom, that is on the second floor,
estaba la troca de Fabio y él estaba hablando por teléfono ahí. No sé si llegó o ahí estuvo hablando nada más.
Fabio's truck was there and he was talking on the phone, so I don't know if he had left before or not.
So there's a period of time when you were cleaning that you did not see Fabio, is that
Un
correct?
periodo de tiempo mientras estaba limpiando en donde usted no vio a Fabio, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And during that time you didn't
Y
hear
durante-
Fabio in the
en ese
house?
momento usted no escuchó a Fabio en la casa.
No.
No.
But at some point you
En
saw
algún
him in
momento
his
usted
truck
lo
outside?
vio en su camioneta afuera en su troca?
Sí, cuando bajé de limpiar la recámara de Jessica.
Yes, when I went down from cleaning Jessica's bathroom.
And you said he was talking on his phone.
Y dice que estaba hablando en su teléfono.
Sí,
Ah,
en la
yes.
troca.
In the truck.
La troca.
In the truck.
Could you hear anything he was saying?
¿Podía escuchar algo que decía él?
No,
No.
solo lo miré por la ventana.
I just saw him through the window.
Did you or were you there when the defendant and her daughter returned home?
Regresaron a su casa. ¿Está usted ahí?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you know what time that
¿Usted
was?
sabe a qué hora fue?
yo pienso que como 12:30.
I think it was about 12:30.
De 12:30 a 1.
From 12:30 to 1.
So during that time frame, now where are you?
Ese tiempo, ¿dónde está usted?
Estaba empezando a limpiar la cocina.
I was starting cleaning the kitchen.
Okay, can you tell us then who's in the kitchen and what's happening?
Entonces, ¿me puede decir quién estaba en la cocina y qué estaba sucediendo?
En la cocina estaba Fabio.
Fabio
Después de que dejó de hablar por teléfono, él entró por la puerta del garage.
in the kitchen. Fabio was in the kitchen, and after he finished talking over the phone, he went out through the garage
A la cocina.
To the
Hacia
kitchen.
La cocina.
to the kitchen.
Okay, I'm sorry.
A ver, perdón, es que
Entró por el garage
he entered through the garage,
y de garage hay una puerta a la cocina.
and from the garage there is a kitchen that goes into. There's the door that goes into the kitchen.
Okay.
Okay.
What did he do in the kitchen?
¿Qué hizo en la cocina?
Él empezó a calentar comida.
He started heating food.
Was Monica and the daughter in the kitchen at that time?
Mónica y la hija
Todavía
estaban
no
en-
llegaban ellas.
Espere. Deje que acabe. No, they were not there yet.
They weren't back yet?
Todavía no llegaban.
Cuando él estaba calentando la comida, ellas todavía no llegaban.
When he was heating the food, they had not arrived yet.
Okay, and then what happened?
¿Y después qué pasó?
Y llegaron unos minutos después.
They got there some minutes later.
What happened next?
¿Qué pasó después?
Fueron a la cocina también
They also went to the kitchen.
y ya estaba la comida caliente. Ellas comieron un poquito con él.
The food was hot, warm, so they ate a little bit with him.
And then what
¿Y
happened?
después qué pasó?
Y yo ya seguí limpiando la cocina.
I kept
Y-
cleaning the kitchen.
Ellos terminaron de comer. Fabio se salió al patio con su computadora. Jessica se fue a su recámara y Mónica a la sala.
So when they finished eating, Fabio went to the yard, to the patio with his computer. Jessica went to her bedroom, and Monica, ¿a dónde fue Mónica?
A la sala.
To the living room.
Exhibit 9, page 21. Is that the patio you're talking
¿Es el
about?
patio del cual está hablando?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you often see on the Mondays when you came
Los lunes cuando venía,
Fabio sitting on that
¿usted
patio?
veía que Fabio se sentaba en ese patio?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he appear to be working out there?
¿Parecía estar trabajando ahí?
Sí.
Yes.
Computadora.
Was there
In his computer.
on his computer?
En su computador.
Sí.
Yes.
Was there any particular chair or place that he sat?
¿Había una silla o en algún lugar en donde se sentaba en particular?
Sí.
Yes.
And which seat did he sit in?
¿En
Typically.
qué asiento se sentaba?
Él se sentaba cerca a la alberca mirando para la televisión.
He would sit close to the pool, watching the TV.
Close to the pool.
Interpreter's correction, facing the TV. ¿Y qué? Dijo cerca de la alberca.
Sí.
Yes.
There's two chairs here. Did he sit in one of these chairs most of
Esas
the
dos
time?
sillas, se sentaba en esas dos sillas la mayor parte del tiempo.
Sí.
Yes.
Which one?
¿En cuál? No lo vi, ¿qué?
En esta.
This one.
Maybe should be pointed.
A ver, podemos señalarlo.
I just sit here.
There's a
A ver, dígame.
there's a pointer.
Hay un
Right in front of
señalador
you.
que está enfrente de usted. This one.
Yes, and you can
Yes.
extend it.
Lo puede extender.
And then turn around behind
Ahora,
you, there's a
voltese.
screen.
Hay una pantalla detrás de usted. Voltese.
And if you could point to
Y
it.
puede señalarla. Okay.
Okay, and so the chair,
Entonces,
you point it to a chair that's closest to the kitchen door, is that correct?
Puerta de la cocina.
The door
¿correcto?
leading into the house?
La puerta que da a la casa.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So in the times that you worked there on Monday, you would see Fabio sitting outside
Usted veía que Fabio se estaba sentado
in that
afuera,
chair
y en esa
facing
silla
towards the house, is that
miraba
correct?
hacia la
And the
casa,
TV?
¿correcto? Y con la televisión.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened next then? He's on the patio. What happened with the defendant and her daughter?
¿Qué pasó entre la acusada y su hija?
Cuando Fabio estaba afuera.
When Fabio was outside.
Yes.
Sí.
Es cuando Mónica se fue a la sala y Jessica a su recámara.
That is when Monica went to the living room and Jessica went to her bedroom.
And what did the defendant do in the living room?
¿Y qué hizo el acusado en la sala?
Ella estaba con su celular.
She was on her cellular.
Was she talking on her
¿Estaba
cellular?
hablando en el celular?
Pienso que estaba texteando porque me tapaba un sillón. Yo no la escuché hablar.
I
Solo
think
miré.
that she was texting because she was there was a sofa that or seat that was blocking me, but I didn't hear her talking.
You didn't hear talking, but you saw her texting?
Usted no la escuchó hablar, pero la vio que estaba texteando.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Now, one question I wanted to ask you. You had cleaned there, you said every other Monday. When you came on Mondays to clean, was Fabio usually working from home?
Lunes, Fabio por lo general trabajaba desde su casa.
Sí.
Yes.
So, going back the Mondays before you had come, but prior to January 23rd, 2017, was Fabio working from home those previous Mondays when you were there?
Trabajaba desde su casa los lunes anteriores que usted había ido a trabajar.
Sí.
Yes.
3 lunes anteriores. 3 lunes anteriores él estuvo trabajando desde casa.
The 3 previous Mondays, he was working from home.
The 3 previous Mondays to January 23rd, 2017, he was working from home.
Él estaba trabajando desde la casa.
Sí, entraba y salía.
Yes, he would come and go.
So the 3 previous, and then the January date, all of those Mondays, those 4 Mondays, did he work on the patio?
¿Estaba trabajando en el patio?
Sí.
Yes.
Same chair, same direction he was facing?
La misma silla, la misma dirección.
La misma silla.
The same chair.
Okay. At some point,
En algún momento,
did you finish
usted terminó
cleaning the house, obviously?
la casa, obviamente.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, if I made 30 marks, I'm sorry, People's 7, Exhibit 29. This is a photo. Is that the kitchen?
Ahora, el documento 729. ¿Esa es la cocina?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, in that kitchen, there appears to be a monitor in the upper left photograph, like a screen or a computer monitor. Do you recall that being in the house?
Estaba en una computadora o un monitor. ¿Se acuerda que estaba en la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that monitor ever on where you could actually see things on that monitor?
¿Ese monitor estaba prendido en donde usted podía ver cosas?
Sí.
Yes.
And what could you see?
¿Y qué podía ver?
Era 4 4 cámaras, eran 4 cuadritos.
There were 4 cameras, 4 squares.
4 different camera. And where,
Diferentes
you don't have to say
direcciones.
specifically, but what areas of the house?
In different directions. Okay. Can you please repeat that?
Yes. The camera, it was
cámara
visuals of camera angles, is that
Eran
correct?
diferentes ángulos de la cámara, visuales de la cámara, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Did it show
Mostraba
screens of inside the house
pantallas
camera
adentro
footage
de
or
la casa,
outside the house?
de imágenes adentro o fuera de la casa.
Fuera de la casa.
Outside the home.
Did you see any?
Usted
Did you see
vio
a camera
Una cámara
on that screen that
en
covered
esa
the patio area
pantalla
where
que
Fabio sat?
cubría el área del patio donde se sentaba Fabio?
No recuerdo.
I do not remember.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you recall if it showed the front of the house?
¿Sabía si estaba la imagen penetrante en la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know anything about
¿Sabe
the
algo
surveillance
acerca
equipment at the Sementilli house, aside from this monitor and what you can see on it?
Sementilli, aparte del monitor que ve aquí?
No.
No.
Were you there when any of
¿Usted
these
estaba
cameras were
ahí
installed?
cuando se instalaron alguna de las cámaras?
No.
No.
Recuerdo. No recuerdo.
I don't remember. I do not remember.
Do you know where the
Usted sabe.
DVR box was that backed up all these cameras?
Could you please repeat the question for the
Yes. Do
interpreter?
you know where the DVR box
¿Usted sabe dónde está?
was that backed up all
el
this
DVR
surveillance
en donde,
cameras?
guardaba toda la vigilancia de las cámaras?
Me imagino que en el garage.
I think it was in the garage.
Do you know where it was in the garage?
¿Sabe qué estaba en el garage?
No sé exactamente. Lo que pasa, una vez no se miraba en una de las pantallas, eran 4 cuadros, no se miraba en uno y Mónica salió al garage y luego ya se miró aquí.
I don't know how it was, but one day there was a square that didn't have any footage. So Monica went to the garage and then it just appeared
Y
here.
entró y me dijo que ya lo arregló.
And she came in and she told me that she had fixed it.
Okay. Exhibit 7,
En el documento 7,
page 19.
página
Is this the
19,
Sementilli garage?
¿es el garage de los Sementilli?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that where you saw Monica go to fix
Es
the
donde
video screen that was blank?
Que Mónica fue a arreglar la pantalla del monitor que estaba en blanco.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, looking at the garage, does it
Viendo
refresh your memory at
el
all where
garage.
that DVR
¿Se
box?
acuerda entonces
Had been
la
stored?
casa del DVR? ¿No lo guardaban?
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
As far as cleaning the house, just briefly, did you clean the floors?
¿Usted limpiaba los pisos?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you clean all the countertops in the kitchen?
¿Usted limpiaba todos los muebles de la cocina?
Sí.
Yes.
And you cleaned the bedrooms?
¿Limpiaba las recámaras?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, Exhibit 7,
En el documento 7,
page 40. There's some items in the sink with some markers on them. It looks like a vinegar bottle with a 20 on it
en
and a...
hay una botella de vinagre.
Did you have that out or use that day?
¿Usted lo había usado ese día?
No.
No.
When you left the house
Cuando
around, I
usted
believe it
salió
said 2,
de
2:30,
casa como a las 2:30.
had you ever seen that
¿Alguna
vinegar
vez
bottle that day?
había visto ese video, esa imagen, esa botella ahí?
No.
No.
What about the blue rag in there?
¿Y el trapo azul?
Tampoco estaba ahí.
It was not there either.
Okay. Exhibit 7,
En el documento 7,
page 30, this photo right here, is this how you left the kitchen when you left?
¿cómo usted dejó la cocina cuando se salió, cuando se fue?
No.
No.
In the right photograph, there's a mark with an 18 placard and some type of
Número
stain.
18.
Was that there when you left?
Cuando usted se fue de ahí, ¿estaba ahí?
No.
No.
Exhibit 7, page 27.
En el documento 27.
Looking at the
Viendo
floor,
el
there's
piso.
some stains on the floor
Hay algunas
next to a
manchas
placard
en el
marked
piso.
D. Were those
Junto a
stains on
una
the floor
etiqueta
there
blanca.
when you
¿Esas
left?
manchas estaban ahí cuando usted se fue?
No.
No.
Exhibit 7,
En el
page
documento
33.
En el 33.
Again, you'll see a placard with an A. There's some red stains, looks like some footprints.
Y hay unas
Was that on the floor when you left?
rosas, como huellas. ¿Estaban ahí cuando usted se fue?
No.
No.
And in fact, you would clean the floors, right?
De hecho, usted limpiaba los pisos, correcto. Correct.
And another
Y
photo,
después,
Exhibit 7, 26, some additional
7,
stains on the floor. There's red boxes around them in the photograph. Were those stains on the floor when you left that day around 2:30?
En el piso cuando usted se fue en el 23.
No.
Enero 23. No.
When you left, did you leave through the front door?
Cuando usted fue de ahí, salió por la puerta inglesa.
Sí.
Yes.
Exhibit 7, page 47. Is this the entryway, meaning there's a front door on the right-hand photograph? Is that the front doors to the house?
Puerta en la fotografía del lado derecha. ¿Esa es la puerta del frente de la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
And
Y
that door, when you left, did you leave it open?
salió de ahí, ¿la dejó abierta?
No.
No.
I do have a couple more photos to show you.
No.
Exhibit 738, just some
En el
close-ups.
7,
Again, some stains
hay
around the kitchen sink area. Were those there when you left?
En el área del fregadero. ¿Estaban ahí cuando usted se fue?
No.
No.
The master bedroom, you
En
cleaned
la
the master bedroom as well. I know we
cámara
talked about the shutters, but did you clean the master bedroom that day?
Limpió la cámara principal ese día. Ya hablamos de las persianas, pero limpió la cámara principal ese día.
Sí.
Yes.
Exhibit 7,
En
page
el
56.
7, página
Do you recognize that
56.
room?
¿Reconoce ese cuarto?
Sí.
Yes.
What is that room?
¿Cuál es ese cuarto?
Esa es la entrada a la recámara principal.
That is the entrance to the main bedroom, master bedroom.
Okay, first of all, you can see a drawer pulled out in the upper left corner on the countertop, the drawer pulled out. Was that how you left it when you left the house?
Cajón abierto. ¿Estaba así el cajón cuando usted salió de la casa?
No.
No.
There's also
También
multiple
hay
items
muchos
on the
objetos
ground.
en
Were
el
those
suelo.
items there when you left?
¿Estaban ahí cuando usted se fue?
No.
No.
Exhibit 7,
En el documento 7.
page 58.
En la
Is that a
página
different angle of the
es
same master
un
bedroom?
ángulo diferente del mismo cuarto principal.
Sí.
Yes.
Directing your attention to the
Ahora
top left
quiero
photograph. There's
que
again items
la
kind
fotografía
of strewn
del
about
objeto.
the floor. Were those items
Hay
there when you
objetos
left?
en el piso. ¿Estaban ahí cuando usted salió de ahí?
No.
No.
And then the bottom right
Y
photograph,
después,
drawers
del lado-
open
del lado derecho.
with various items on the ground. Were those
Hay cajones
items there,
abiertos
those drawers
con
open when
objetos.
you left that day?
¿Estos objetos están abiertos cuando usted se fue ese día?
No.
No.
So you testified
Entonces,
earlier, this is the master bedroom, and I showed you a photograph of another bedroom. Did you know what bedroom Fabio slept in?
¿Usted sabe en qué recámara dormía Fabio?
En la cámara siguiente de la principal.
It was the bedroom next to the main master one.
Okay, so he did not sleep in the master bedroom.
Él no dormía en la recámara principal.
No.
No.
And it's this bedroom, is that is Exhibit 18, is that the bedroom you're talking about? That's Fabio's?
De la cual está hablando, la de Fabio.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, during your time working there, did you know that the Sementillis had a safe?
¿Usted sabía que los Sementillis tenían una caja fuerte?
No.
No.
Had you ever seen any currency laying around, such as,
¿Usted había visto
let's start with like Canadian money or
moneda,
foreign money laying about? Had you ever seen that?
dinero canadiense o algo así en el suelo?
No.
No.
And when you left that day, you had testified earlier that Fabio was going to drive you to the bus stop. Did that happen?
La iba a llevar usted a la parada de autobús. ¿Eso pasó?
No.
No.
Why didn't that happen?
¿Y por qué no sucedió eso?
Mi yerno fue a ver por mí.
My son-in-law picked me up.
Okay. Was
Okay.
Fabio still home when you left?
¿Y Fabio estaba todavía en la casa cuando usted se fue?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was he when you last saw him?
¿Y dónde estaba él cuando usted lo vio por última vez?
En el patio.
In the patio.
Same seat?
¿En el mismo sillón?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was the defendant and her daughter when you
¿Y
left?
la acusada y su hija dónde estaban cuando usted se fue de ahí?
Mónica seguía en la sala.
Monica was still in the living room.
Estaba hablando por teléfono.
She was-
Ahora sí estaba en el teléfono.
She was talking over the phone. Now she was talking at that time over the phone.
Now she's on the phone. Do you know who she
Ahora-
was talking to?
Estaba en el teléfono. ¿Sabe con quién estaba en el teléfono?
No.
No.
Did you hear her say anything that caught your attention?
¿Ella dijo algo que le llamara la atención?
No.
No.
And then the daughter Jessica, was she still home?
¿Y la hija Jessica todavía estaba en la casa?
A ese momento yo no supe si ella salió o no salió.
At that moment, I didn't know whether she was gone or not.
Did you know anything about Jessica having a babysitting job that day that she needed to leave for?
¿Usted sabía si Jessica tenía que salir a trabajar para hacer babysitting?
No.
Ese día? No.
And then Isabella,
Isabella.
was she ever home that day when you were home?
Cuando usted estaba en la casa, ¿Isabela estuvo en la casa ese día?
No.
No.
After you left,
Después de que usted
when
se
did you
fue.
hear that something had happened to
¿Cuándo
Fabio?
fue que usted supo que algo le había pasado a Fabio?
Eso pasó el lunes. Yo supe el miércoles cuando
That-
fui a trabajar con otra clienta ahí cerca.
That happened on Monday. So I knew on Wednesday when I went to work with another client that was nearby.
Did that client tell you?
¿Y esa cliente le dijo?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, within that week,
¿Y en esa
go
semana
back to that house?
usted regresó a esa casa?
No.
No.
Now, you've been working there 2.5 years. Did you
Usted
continue
lleva
after this working there?
Trabajando 2 años y medio. ¿Usted continuó trabajando después?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with the
Usted
defendant,
tuvo una
knowing what has
conversación
now happened, if
con
you're
la
going to continue
demandada,
cleaning the house?
que sabiendo lo que había pasado, tuvo conversación con ella en cuanto a que usted iba a seguir limpiando la casa?
No. Solamente fui a trabajar y seguí trabajando.
No, I just went there to work and I continued working.
So did you stay on your schedule then in 2 weeks, every other week? So 2 weeks later, you went back at 8 a.m. to clean again, is that
Semanas
correct?
después seguía usted yendo 2 veces a la semana, un día a la semana sin fin.
Sí.
Yes.
And was the defendant there when you went back 2 weeks later?
¿Estaba allí cuando usted regresó las 2 semanas después?
A las 2 semanas después no.
Two
No
weeks.
estaba ella. Es cuando estaban haciendo lo del servicio.
No, she was not there. That is when they were doing something about the service.
Se fueron, no sé, creo a Canadá a llevar a Fabio.
I don't know. I think they went to Canada
Okay.
to take Fabio. Interpreter's correction. The memorial, the funeral service.
So you
Yes.
believe they were out of town?
Usted pensaba que estaban fuera de la ciudad.
a mí me llamó una vecina de ella
One of her neighbors called me
y me dijo que cuando fuera a limpiar la casa de Mónica, llegara con ella por una cubeta, que ellos no iban a estar.
and she asked me when I was going to go to clean their house, to go to her house to pick up a bucket because they were not going to be there.
Let me break that down. Clean the neighbor's house, or the client's house, or the Sementilli house?
Que iba a limpiar la casa de la vecina o la casa de los Sementilli.
Que fuera a la casa de la vecina a recoger una cubeta para limpiar la casa de Sementilli.
To go to the neighbor's house to pick up a bucket.
Who told you that?
To clean Sementilli's house. ¿Quién le dijo?
La vecina.
The neighbor.
Me llamó.
She called me.
llamó.
She called me.
And told you to go to her house, the neighbor's
Que
house,
fuera a la casa de la vecina
and pick up a bucket
y que recogiera una cubeta.
Sí,
Yes.
to clean the Sementilli house.
Para limpiar la casa de los Sementilli.
sí.
Yes.
Así es.
Why was that?
¿Y por qué fue eso? ¿Para qué?
¿Para qué? ¿Qué?
Why was what?
Okay, why would the neighbor call you to come to her house to pick up a bucket? What was it for?
Para ir a su casa para recoger la cubeta. ¿Para qué?
Porque no estaba la cubeta, era la cubeta en la que yo ponía mis-
It's fine. It's fine. You went and got a bucket and you went to the Sementilli house.
Usted fue
How long did-
a la casa de la vecina para ver la casa de los cementerios, para limpiar la casa de los cementerios. Yes.
Okay, yes. How long did you continue
¿Cuánto
after
tiempo
this,
continuó haciendo esto después
the death of Fabio Sementilli?
de la
How long did you continue
muerte
cleaning
de
his house?
Fabio Sementilli? ¿Cuánto tiempo siguió usted limpiando la casa?
hasta que arrestaron a Mónica.
Until Monica was arrested.
Was there any conversation that you ever had with the defendant that she was going to terminate your employment
Ella iba a dejar, quitarle el empleo a usted
No.
prior to the arrest?
antes del arresto. No.
Okay. No more questions.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Dalia.
Buenos días, Delia. Buenos días. Good morning.
We just met this morning, is
Nos
that right?
acabamos de conocer esta mañana, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that I
Usted
represent Monica
entiende
Sementilli
que,
along with
que yo
some
represento
of the other attorneys here, right?
a Mónica Sementilli con los otros abogados aquí, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And
Y
since the
desde
murder of Fabio, you have given or been interviewed several times, is that right?
veces, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And testified
Y
before a grand
testificó
jury. Do you know what
en
that
frente
means?
de un gran jurado. ¿Sabe lo que significa eso?
Sí.
Yes.
And talked to the police
Y usted
officers.
habló con los oficiales de policía.
Sí.
Yes.
And each time you've done your best to tell them the
Cada
truth.
vez
Is that
usted
right?
hizo lo mejor que pudo para decir la verdad, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
You began working for the Sementillis
Empezó a trabajar para los Sementillis.
when? Can you
¿Cuándo?
tell us
¿Nos puede decir
how long you worked there before
cuánto tiempo trabajó ahí
Monica was arrested?
antes de que arrestaran a Mónica?
2 años y medio.
2.5 years.
And was it always every other week?
Y siempre era una semana sí y una semana no.
Sí.
Yes.
And it was always on a Monday.
Y
Is that
siempre
right?
era un lunes.
Sí.
Yes.
Now you knew that Fabio worked.
Counsel, could you please repeat?
You knew that Fabio worked, had a
Usted-
job.
Usted sabía que Fabio trabajaba en un trabajo.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know what he did for a living?
¿Usted sabía qué hacía? ¿En qué se dedicaba?
No estoy muy enterada, pero hacía cortes de pelo. O es todo lo que puedo saber.
I am not
Estilista.
quite sure, but I think he did some hair cutting.
Okay. But you knew he had a steady job. He was working
Pero usted sabe
every
que
day
tenía
except for
un
holidays
trabajo,
or weekends.
Constante, que trabajaba los días festivos o los fines de semana.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any idea of what his schedule was when he was
¿Sabía
working?
cuál era el horario que tenía cuando trabajaba?
Exactamente no, pero cuando yo iba el lunes, él iba saliendo a veces a su trabajo.
Not exactly, but when I used to go there on Mondays, he was leaving to his work.
He was leaving for his work?
Se iba a su trabajo.
Sí, es lo que me imagino.
Yes, that is what I
Salía
imagine.
con su maletín.
Okay.
Salía con su maletín. Me imagino.
He would go out with his briefcase.
Okay. So you were there every other
Estaba
Monday for 2.5
allí
years.
Cada 2 lunes por 2 años y medio.
Sí.
Yes.
And most of the time on
La mayor
Mondays,
parte del tiempo,
Fabio would leave the house
Fabio
with a
se
briefcase
salía de la casa con un
when you
portafolio.
got there.
Cuando usted llegaba ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
How did you usually get there?
¿Y cómo llegaba usted por lo general?
Por lo general en el bus.
Generally, it was by bus.
And did you have to walk from the bus stop to the
Y
house,
después
or would
tenía que
somebody
caminar
pick
de
you
la
up?
parada del autobús a la casa o alguien la recogía.
Caminaba a la casa.
I would walk to the house.
How far was that?
¿Qué tan lejos estaba?
Caminaba unos 15 o 20 minutos.
I would walk about 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. And was that okay with you?
Y era bien, usted estaba
Sí.
bien. Yes.
If you wanted, someone in your family could
Si
have
usted
taken you
quería
there, or
que
someone
alguien de su familia
could
la
have
llevara
picked
allí,
you up from the Sementilli house.
o que alguien la recogiera de la casa de los Sementilli. My apologies. How was that?
Said if you wanted
Si usted
to,
quería,
would someone take you to the
alguien
house
la
from your
llevaba
family,
a la casa, alguien de su familia la llevaba a la
as
casa,
opposed to the bus and walking?
en lugar de tomar el autobús y caminar.
Sí.
Yes.
A veces mi hija me llevaba cuando llovía o que ella no tenía clases.
Sometimes my doctor would take me there when it was raining, or whenever she didn't have class.
Okay.
Okay.
So you arrived at the same time
Usted
every time you worked there, 8
llegaba
o'clock. Is that
a la
right?
a la misma hora cada vez que trabajaba ahí.
Sí.
A las 8, ¿correcto? Correct. Yes.
Right. That
Correct.
didn't change, did it?
Y eso no cambió, ¿sí?
No.
No.
And when you would arrive, it would
Y cuando
be
usted
many
llegaba,
times the same time as Fabio
muchas
was
veces
leaving. Is that
era
right?
Más o menos a la hora que Fabio salía.
Sí.
Yes.
And then you saw him
Y
drive
después
away
usted
with a
vio
briefcase.
que él se iba con su maletín.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know where he was going?
¿Usted sabe dónde iba?
Pienso que a trabajar.
I think he was going to work.
And was he dressed like he was going to
¿Y
work?
estaba vestido como para ir a trabajar?
Sí.
Yes.
And at that
En
time,
esa
how
época,
did you get into the house?
¿cómo llegó usted a la casa?
Ese día.
That day,
No, when you would come in the morning,
cuando yo
if
estaba
Fabio was leaving,
y Fabio se iba,
how did you go into the house?
¿cómo entraba usted a la casa?
Oh.
Oh.
A veces usaba la llave. Si no estaba nadie, yo usaba la llave.
Sometimes I would use the key. If there was no one there, I would use the key.
Would Fabio let you in sometimes as he
¿Y
was leaving?
Fabio alguna vez la dejaba entrar cuando usted se iba? Cuando él se iba, perdón.
No, es que yo llegaba y él todavía estaba ahí preparándose para salir.
No, what happens is that I would get there and he was getting prepared in order to leave.
Okay. So would you knock on the door?
Usted tocaba,
Tocaba
la
la puerta. Si no me abrían, yo ya abría con mi llave.
I would knock on the door. If no one opened the door, I would use the key.
Okay.
Okay.
And sometimes Fabio would open the door?
Y muchas veces Fabio abría la puerta.
No.
No,
He would already have left, correct?
él ya se había ido.
No.
No.
Okay.
A veces me abría Mónica.
Sometimes Monica would open the door for me.
Okay. So if you saw Fabio leaving with his briefcase,
Si usted
then
veía
someone
a
else would have to open the door,
que se iba
right?
con el maletín, alguien tenía que abrir la puerta.
Sí, pero él se iba cuando yo ya había entrado.
No, but he would leave after I had gotten inside.
Monica would leave?
A veces
Mónica.
estaba ahí. Oh, perdón.
No, Mónica estaba ahí.
A veces estaba ahí ella.
Sometimes she was there.
Sometimes who was there?
Algunas veces, ¿quién estaba ahí?
Algunas veces Mónica.
Sometimes Mónica.
And she would open the door for you.
Y ella le abría la puerta.
A veces.
Sometimes.
Okay. So it wasn't a regular schedule. Sometimes you
No era
saw
un
Fabio
horario
leaving.
regular.
Sometimes Monica would open the
Fabio
door.
se iba, algunas
Sometimes you would use your key.
Mónica
Is
le
that
abría
right?
la puerta y algunas veces usted usaba su llave. Yes.
Okay. And the girls,
Y
for that period, that 2.5
Las
years,
niñas
were they
durante ese
in
periodo
school?
de 2 años y medio estaban en la escuela.
Casi no miraba a Isabela. Ella no estaba.
I barely saw Isabella. She was not there.
Y Jessica sí. estaba en
Jessica.
casa.
Jessica was in the house.
On the day of the murder you're talking about, correct?
¿Usted estaba hablando del día del asesinato?
No, en otras veces también.
No, on other
Another-
occasions as well.
Okay. So the two girls lived there?
Las dos chicas vivían ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
And my question was, were they both going to school then, if you know?
Las dos iban a la escuela, si es que sabe.
Sé que Isabela iba a la escuela.
I know that Isabella was going to school.
And what would Jessica be doing, if you know?
¿Y qué es lo que hacía Jessica, si es que sabe?
No sé.
I don't know.
Sometimes would she babysit, if you knew?
¿Usted sabe si algunas veces ella cuidaba niños? ¿Bebés?
No sé.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Ahora,
when you would go to work on Monday, every other Monday,
usted iba a trabajar
sometimes
cada 2 lunes.
Fabio would be home. Is that
Muchas
right?
veces Fabio estaba en la casa, ¿correcto?
A veces.
Sometimes.
Okay. And you told us sometimes he
Y
went
nos
to work.
dijo que algunas veces se iba él a trabajar.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know when he was going to be home
¿Usted sabía que
or when he was going to be going to work on the Monday you were there?
regresar a la casa o a qué hora se iba a ir a trabajar el lunes que usted fue ahí?
No sé.
I don't know.
It just sometimes he was there and sometimes
Unas veces
he was going to work. Is that
estaba
fair?
ahí y algunas veces se iba a trabajar. ¿Correcto? Yes.
What about if the Monday
Yes. ¿Qué
was
pasa?
on a holiday,
Y,
like Christmas or New Year's?
y que si el lunes
Would you work that Monday
era
or would you have it off?
Año Nuevo o Navidad, ¿usted trabajaba ese lunes o lo tenía libre?
Lo trabajaba.
I would work.
You said that the Monday
Usted dijo que el lunes
of the murder, Fabio was home, correct?
asesinato, Fabio estaba en la casa.
Sí.
Yes.
And how many Mondays before then did you say he was also home?
¿Cuántos días de los lunes él estaba en la casa?
Yo lo miré 3 lunes.
Ah.
3 veces que fui a trabajar, él estaba en casa.
I saw him 3 Mondays. The days that I was going to work there, he was at home.
And that was every other Monday.
Y esa era cada 2 lunes.
Sí.
Yes.
And before those 3 Mondays,
Y antes de esos 3,
sometimes you saw him going to work, right?
algunas veces usted veía que él se iba a trabajar, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correcto.
That most of the time he was going to work, isn't
La
that
mayor
right?
parte del tiempo él se iba a trabajar, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But this Monday we were talking about
Pero
he was home.
lunes del cual estamos hablando, él estaba en la casa.
Sí.
Yes. Okay.
And Jessica was home that Monday,
¿Y Jessica estaba en la casa ese lunes?
Sí.
Yes.
and Monica was home, correct?
Y Mónica estaba en la casa. Yes.
You believe Bella was at school,
Y usted
correct?
pensaba que Bella estaba en la escuela.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, on that Monday, could you
Ese
tell us again,
lunes, ¿nos puede decir
did
otra
someone
vez?
open the door for you or did you use your key?
¿Alguien le abrió la puerta o usó su llave?
Me abrió Mónica.
Mónica opened the door.
And do you know how she knew you were there? Did you knock on the door or
Ella, usted sabe cómo
anything else?
sabe ella que usted estaba ahí, tocó la puerta o qué.
Cuando había carros, yo sabía que alguien iba a estar.
When there were
Entonces-
cars, I knew that somebody was going to be there.
Entonces toco la puerta y si no me abren, yo ya metía mi llave.
So I knocked on the door, and if no one would open the door for me, I would use my key.
Okay, but that Monday you
Pero
knew
ese lunes
they were home because the
sabía
cars
que
were there.
estaba en la casa porque el coche estaba ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
Pero
And,
igual
and
yo toco la
Fabio's,
puerta.
Pero qué.
Pero yo toco la puerta.
But I knock on the door.
of course. And Monica opened it up, yes?
Y Mónica le abrió, ¿correcto? Yes.
And then you saw Fabio there. You've told us what he was doing.
Y usted vio
Correct.
a Fabio y ya nos dijo lo que estaba haciendo.
No lo vi, lo escuché que estaba en la cocina.
I didn't see him. I heard he was in the kitchen.
Okay.
Okay.
And at some
Y
time,
en algún momento,
did you see him before he left? Because you
Lo
said he
vio
left at some point, right?
antes de que se fuera, porque usted dice que se salió en algún momento.
Yo no lo miré salir.
I didn't see him leaving.
Okay.
Okay.
But you knew
Pero
he had
usted
left. Is that
sabía
right?
que
At
él
some time
ya
in
se
the
había
morning.
ido en alguna hora de la mañana.
Supe que se fue cuando Mónica me dijo.
I learned that he had left because Mónica told me.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you know where he
Usted sabe
was going or where
a
he
dónde
went?
iba o a dónde fue.
¿De quién me habla?
Who are you talking about?
When Monica said he
Cuando Mónica dijo
had left, did
Que ella
you know where he left for?
que él ya se había ido. ¿Usted sabe a dónde se había ido?
No.
No.
But at some
Pero
point
en
he
algún
came back.
momento él regresó.
Sí.
Yes.
And the first time you saw him when he came back
Y la
was
primera
where?
vez que usted lo vio cuando regresó, ¿en dónde lo vio?
Él estaba en la troca
He was
hablando por teléfono.
in his truck talking on the phone.
Okay.
Okay.
And his truck was parked where?
¿Y en dónde estaba estacionada su camioneta, su truck?
En el driveway,
On the
muy cerca a la puerta.
on the driveway, very close to the door.
Okay.
Okay.
So you
Entonces,
saw him
¿Usted
how?
vio-
Through a window or how
lo
did you see
vio
him?
a través de una ventana o cómo lo vio?
Sí, lo miré por la ventana. Yo estaba terminé de limpiar el cuarto de Jessica.
I saw him through the window. I had just finished cleaning Jessica's room.
Bajé la escalera y ahí hay una ventana y se miraba la troca de él.
I went down the stairs and I could see through the window and I saw his truck.
Okay. And he was in there for a long time, is
Y él
that right?
estuvo ahí mucho tiempo, ¿correcto?
De cuando lo vi, él estuvo ahí como media hora.
From the time that I saw him first, he was there for about half an hour.
And was he always talking on the phone when you saw him?
Y cuando lo vio siempre estaba hablando por teléfono.
Sí.
Yes.
And Monica and Jessica were doing what?
¿Y Jessica qué estaban haciendo?
If you know.
Sí saben.
Ellas no estaban.
They were not there.
They had gone somewhere with athletic clothes on.
Ellas se habían ido
Correct.
con la ropa de deportes, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
¿Se acuerda como qué hora fue?
Que salieron ellas.
That they left?
Yes.
Sí.
Como 11 de la mañana.
Around 11 in the morning.
And Fabio was gone at that time as well,
Y
correct?
Fabio también se fue en ese momento.
No, a Fabio yo no supe a qué hora se fue. Yo supe que se había ido cuando Mónica me dijo
I
que
don't-
ella se iba a ir.
I don't know at what time Fabio left. It was when Monica told me when she was leaving.
Okay. But he was gone when they left, Monica and Jessica,
Pero cuando Mónica y Jessica se fueron, él ya se había ido.
as far as you knew.
Por lo que usted sabe.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And when Fabio then came home
Cuando Fabio regresó a
and
la
was
casa
talking in the
y
car,
estaba hablando en el
were
auto,
Monica and Jessica back yet or not?
Mónica y Jessica ya habían regresado.
No.
No.
And when they came back, was Fabio still in the car talking?
Y cuando regresaron, Fabio todavía estaba en el auto
No.
hablando. No.
Cuando regresaron, Fabio ya estaba en la cocina.
When they came back, Fabio was still in the kitchen.
Okay.
Okay.
So he came back from the outside on the phone and he was in the kitchen eating or something, did
De
you say?
afuera, y que él estaba por la cocina y estaba que haciendo o comiendo o algo.
Se puso a calentar comida.
He warmed some food.
Warmed up some food?
La calentó.
Sí.
Yes.
And did Monica and Jessica join him for lunch?
Y Mónica y
Llegaron.
Jessica se unieron a él.
Llegaron ellas
They
Sí.
got there.
y fueron a la cocina. Comieron un poco ahí con él.
They went to the kitchen and they ate a little bit with him.
Okay.
Okay.
And all this time, of course, you're walking around cleaning the house,
Y
room
todo
by room.
ese tiempo
Correct.
usted estaba alrededor de la casa limpiando cada cuarto.
Ya iba a empezar la cocina.
I was about to start the kitchen.
Okay. So I assume you waited
Entonces,
till they finished eating
supongo que
and then you started cleaning the kitchen.
esperó a que
Is that right?
terminaran de comer y usted se fue a limpiar la casa, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Is that when Fabio went outside to the patio?
Y es cuando Fabio se fue afuera del patio.
Sí.
Yes.
And did you see where Monica and Jessica were?
¿Usted sabe dónde están Mónica y Jessica?
Sí.
Yes.
And where were they?
¿En dónde estaban?
Mónica se fue a la sala.
Monica went to the living room.
Jessica se subió a su recámara.
Jessica went upstairs to her bedroom.
Okay. And there was I'm sorry.
Yeah. And
There was nothing unusual about that, was there?
¿Y no había nada inusual acerca de eso?
No.
No.
You knew Monica did not have a job at that time?
¿Usted sabía que Mónica no tenía un trabajo en ese tiempo?
Sí, sabía que no estaba trabajando.
Yes, I knew that she was not working.
Okay. And you knew Jessica was not going to school?
¿Y usted sabía que Jessica no estaba yendo a la escuela?
No sé si estaba yendo a la escuela.
I don't know whether she was going to go to school. She was going to school.
Well, when you would come there on every other Monday,
Cuando usted iba
would
cada
Jessica
2 lunes,
always be there or would she be gone sometime?
¿Jessica siempre estaba ahí o algunas veces se iba?
A veces estaba ahí y a veces se iba.
Sometimes she was there and sometimes she would leave.
Okay. So you didn't know whether she was in school or not at that time?
En esa época usted no sabe si ella iba a la escuela o no.
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 Okay. But you knew Bella was in school, is that
Pero
right?
usted sabía que Bella estaba en la escuela.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Okay.
how much longer would you say that you were in the house before you left?
¿Cuánto tiempo cree usted que estaba en
This is after lunch and after Fabio was in the patio.
antes de irse? Es cuando estaban comiendo el almuerzo y Fabio estaba en el patio.
¿Cuánto tiempo?
How,
¿Cómo?
how long? How?
Well, let me take it in order.
Lo voy a poner.
After lunch,
Después de
Fabio went to the
lunch,
patio, you cleaned the
Fabio
kitchen.
se fue al patio y usted limpió la cocina.
Sí.
Yes.
What did you do after you cleaned the kitchen?
¿Qué fue lo que usted hizo después de limpiar la cocina?
Era lo último que me faltaba de limpiar la cocina.
That was the last thing that I needed to clean, the kitchen.
Okay.
Okay.
So then did you get ready to go home
¿Y usted
or
se
leave?
preparó para salirse o irse a su casa?
Sí.
Yes.
And about what time was that?
¿Cómo a qué hora fue?
Como normalmente era de las 2 a las 2:30.
It would normally be from 2 to 2:30.
And do you have any idea on that date what time it was, or
Yes,
was it
I do.
normal, just a normal time?
¿Tenía idea a qué hora era o tenía una hora diferente?
No, era normal.
No, it was normal.
Okay.
Okay.
So you had a regular schedule,
Usted
and it usually
tenía
ended
un
about 2 or 2:30. Is
Horario
that right?
regular que terminaba como a las 2 o 2:30, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
So there was nothing unusual about that.
No había nada fuera de lo común sobre eso.
No.
No.
Okay. And how did you leave? Did someone pick you up, or
¿Cómo
did
se
you
fue? ¿Alguien la
were you dropped
recogió
off at the bus, or
o la
what?
dejaron en el autobús o qué?
Mi yerno fue a recogerla.
My son-in-law picked me up.
About what time? You
¿Cómo a qué
know?
hora? ¿Sabes?
Pienso que eran como 2:15 o 2:30.
I think it was about 2:15 or 2:30.
And do you know, how did he know it was time to pick you up? Did you contact him, or did he just show
¿Él
up?
sabía a qué hora tenía que ir a recogerla o se contactó con usted o sabía?
Sí, él me llamó, me contactó y me dijo que a qué horas terminaba, que él podía pasar por mí.
He called me, he contacted me, and he asked me at what time I was going to finish and that he was going to pick me up.
Okay, and what did you tell him?
¿Y qué le dijo?
Que como de 2 a 2:30 terminaba.
That I was going to finish between 2 or 2:30.
Okay. And when he arrived, did he come to the door, or knock on the door? Did he honk the horn?
Cuando
How did you know he was there?
le tocó la puerta o el claxon o como sea.
No, yo ya lo estaba esperando afuera.
No, I was waiting for him outside.
Okay.
Okay.
And you said goodbye to Fabio and Monica
Le
and
dijo
Jessica,
adiós
or
a
what?
Fabio, Mónica y Jessica.
A
¿o qué?
Fabio no le dije adiós, a Mónica sí, que estaba ella en la sala.
I didn't say goodbye to Fabio. I did to Monica when she was in the living room.
Okay. And that was normal the way you left? Did she pay you then, or did she
Y
pay
ahí
you
era cuando
some
salía.
other time?
¿Él le pagaba ese día o le pagaba en otra ocasión?
Ese día, pero siempre ya me dejaba el cheque en la cocina.
At that day, but she would always leave the check in the kitchen.
So she always paid with a check, correct?
Siempre le pagaba con un cheque, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And that day you took your check, you went outside, and you waited for
día
your son.
tomó su cheque y esperó a su yerno.
Sí.
Yes.
So again, that was just a normal day for you.
Entonces, una vez más, ese día fue un día normal para usted.
Correcto.
Correct.
There was a photograph, Your Honor. I wonder if you could put that photograph up
Hay
on
una
the
fotografía, su señoría.
garage that has
Quiero
the
ver si la tenemos.
box in it.
Lo tenemos en...
Your Honor, this is
Este
People's Exhibit 7, page 19. You see that, Dalia?
¿Usted lo ve, Delia?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have that pointer there?
Y tiene ahí el señalador.
And could you point again to that box, the DVR box that was
La
connected
caja
to the
del DVR
security system?
que está conectado al sistema de seguridad.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Son
Sustained.
hechos que no están en evidencia.
Could you just point to that box that you pointed to before?
¿Puede
Objection.
marcar la caja a la que marcó
I don't recall that being done.
Creo que no es.
No
Well-
marqué ninguna caja.
I don't see any box.
Do you recognize anything in there that has to do with the security system?
¿Usted ve algo ahí que tenga que ver con el sistema de seguridad? No.
Can you look above the... There's a door to the kitchen. You see that?
Puede ver arriba. Hay una puerta.
Point on the Elmo if you want on the projector, and she can see that.
You see the door here?
¿Usted ve la
You have to look at.
Sí. Yes.
Okay. And that leads to where?
¿Y eso da a dónde? A la cocina. The kitchen.
Okay. And next to it is what?
Y después en la siguiente.
Well, I'm
En
pointing.
la siguiente. ¿Qué es lo que estoy señalando? The garbage.
Okay.
Trash.
And next to that is a
Y después
piece of furniture.
hay un mueble.
You see what that is?
¿Ve lo que es eso? Sí. Yes.
What is that, if you
¿Qué
know?
es? No. I don't know.
You see above that,
¿Y ve arriba de eso?
that black thing?
De eso negro. Sí. Yes.
You know what that is?
¿Sabe qué es? No. No.
All right. Let me try this. You testified earlier that Monica went out to the garage to fix something.
Que Mónica
Do you remember that?
a arreglar algo, ¿se acuerda? Sí. Yes.
What was she going to fix?
¿Qué iba a arreglar?
En la pantalla de la cocina aparecía que son 4 cámaras y en una parte no se miraba.
There were 4 cameras in the kitchen screen, and one of them didn't have anything.
Ella salió al garage
Okay.
y
This,
regresó a la cocina donde yo estaba
She went to the garage and went back to the kitchen where I was,
y me dijo que ya lo arregló.
and she told me that she had fixed it.
okay. When was this?
What?
Turn back around.
One
You
of
wish
the-
she can turn around.
¿Se puede?
Do you remember what day that was
¿Se acuerda que día
in
fue
relationship to the day
en relación
that Fabio was killed?
al día en el que asesinaron a Fabio?
No recuerdo, pero fue en diciembre.
I do not remember, but it was in December.
Okay. And you understand that the murder was in end of January, right?
Usted entiende que el asesinato fue a finales de enero,
Sí.
¿correcto? Yes,
So a few weeks before, correct?
unas semanas antes, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you notice that one of the screens was not working?
¿Y usted sabe por qué no estaba funcionando la pantalla?
No.
No.
Monica did, correct?
Mónica sí supo.
Me imagino que ella sabía.
I imagine that she
Well,
knew.
did she tell you that one of the screens was not working?
¿Ella le dijo que una de las pantallas no estaban funcionando?
No.
No.
Simplemente miró las pantallas y salió al garage y regresó y me dijo a mí me dijo, ya lo arreglé.
She only went out to the garage and she told me, I fixed it.
Okay. And how did you know what she was talking about? Or did you?
¿Cómo sabe de qué estaba hablando? ¿Sabía de qué estaba hablando?
Porque ella me mostró me señaló la pantalla.
Because she showed me, because she pointed at the screen.
In the kitchen?
De la cocina.
Sí.
Yes.
We're going to have to interrupt and take our lunch and recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
The admonition applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves with anyone else or to form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Ms. Rivera Pacheco, I'll see you at 1:30 as well.
All right, I am going to take this moment to do a little recapping here. I love this judge. He just is like, boom. He just cuts people off. Ronald S. Cohen. All right, so we are in day 3 of California versus Monica Sementilli. So the judge opened up straight away talking about his wife got called to jury duty, so nobody is immune to jury duty. So first up was Ryan Vern. He was a retired homicide investigator. His partner was Gene Perel, but he's passed away, unfortunately. He interviewed Monica, and then they switched to, he introduced photos of the crime scene, and then they switched to another witness. So then Officer Gabriel Roboyelko, sorry, I'm sure that's not even close. At 5:45 p.m., he received a call. Took a few minutes to arrive. The fire department was there before. There were footprints of blood in the kitchen and the patio. Monica and both the daughters were there. Fabio was resting on the patio, face down on the chair. Fire pit had an open flame going and the TV was on. And then he cleared the house to preserve the evidence. Then under cross, there wasn't much for cross. I didn't take any notes. And then now we have Dalia Pacho. She's the housekeeper. She's been cleaning houses in that area for she's been cleaning 6 houses in that area. She comes every 2 weeks, and she's been employed by the Sementillis for 2.5 years, and she usually goes there on Mondays from 8 to 2. She said Monica would open the gate for her and then take her to the bus stop. She was aware of the surveillance cameras at the house. Her daughter happened to drive her that day. And she arrived there around 8:05, and the video showed 9:05 on the timestamp, so we got to be aware of that. She says she normally arrives at 8 o'clock. Fabio and Jessica were home. I have Fabio. Monica must have been there too. Why didn't I have that? Monica left. Okay, so they were all. So Fabio, Jessica, and because Monica opened up the gate. Okay, so the 3 of them are home. Fabio, Jessica, Monica are there. Dalia comes in. She didn't see Fabio, but heard him in the kitchen. Normally he would be in the den having coffee. She didn't notice anything different. She saw that Monica left the residence with Jessica. They were wearing workout clothes. And then Fabio goes out into the driveway. He gets in his truck, she said. He was in his truck and he was talking on the phone. And then under cross, she said he was out there for about half an hour. So I guess he was in his truck talking. Interesting. Then Fabio came back in. He started to cook. When Monica and Jessica got back, they went into the kitchen, got a little something. Fabio goes out to the patio. Jessica goes upstairs. Monica goes into the living room. She starts texting a lot. Presumably, I think this is around 12. I didn't catch when they got back. Now here, okay, so they said there's a monitor on the kitchen counter that shows 4 camera angles, right? So it's split up into 4, and it has 4 different angles of the outside. And she said the DVR was for backup, and that was in the garage. But then under cross, she's shown a photo, and she didn't know what that was. Yet she knew where the DVR was. She cleaned the floors and the countertops in the kitchen. She cleaned the bedrooms. And then they showed pictures, and the master bedroom was in disarray. There were blood stains on the floor. There was blood In the kitchen, there was some vinegar. Why they would be using vinegar, not quite sure what that was. She heard what happened to Fabio on Wednesday. That happened on a Monday, so 2 days later. And then here's weird. A neighbor called and asked her to go grab a bucket and then go clean the Sementilli's house. And that didn't go anywhere. They kind of, why would a neighbor call to pick up the bucket? And then they move on from that. And then Monica never indicated to Dalia would not be working anymore, and now we're under. She's under cross right now. So she got picked up around 2:15 to 2:30 by her son-in-law. All right, so let's pick back up. Do you guys have any comments, questions? You guys want to express yourselves? Oh yeah, Baca 3. Every time I hear the name Dalia, I think of the Black Dahlia. So maybe it's not Dalia. Maybe it's Dalia. Dalia? Maybe it's Dalia. Not Dalia. Dalia would be A, right? She's E. Dalia. And Pammy, welcome back, Pammy. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So Pammy says, me too, Baca. And every time I think of Black Dahlia, I think of True Detective magazines my dad would always bring home way back in the day. The birth of my true crime obsession. Oh, Baca. Very nice. 29 years ago on Monday, my beautiful daughter was welcomed into the world. Sweet. Hey, Valeria, welcome back. Glad you're back. Therapist, you know, I really dig being able to zoom through book breaks. Delia. Okay, that's how she's pronouncing is Delia. Okay, I'm going to go off of that. All right, let's get you back into the courtroom. Oh, I got to go back here.
Cocina. Algunas veces él estaba bañándose, preparándose para irse al trabajo.
Sometimes he was taking a shower, getting ready in order to go to work.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. When he would be home from work and work at home, where would he usually go to sit to work?
Could you please repeat
Where would he usually go to sit to work in the house
¿A dónde se iba
when he didn't go to work at his office?
¿A dónde se iba a sentar por lo general en la casa?
Por lo general, en la cocina.
He would generally be in the kitchen.
Okay. Where the television was, correct?
¿Dónde estaba la televisión? ¿Correcto?
En la cocina.
In the kitchen.
Okay. Let me ask you one more question. Do you remember being asked before the grand jury if you would say that Fabio and Monica get along, or do they fight a lot? Remember that?
No sé.
I don't know.
Let me ask you. Did Fabio and Monica get along good? Or did they fight a lot, or do you know?
Fabio y Mónica peleaban mucho o se dan bien o
Yo nunca lo vi pelear.
I never saw them fighting.
Did you say they were happy?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
¿Estaban contentos?
Did you ever hear them argue?
¿Usted alguna vez escuchó que ellos discutían?
No.
No.
So how would you characterize their relationship with each other that you saw?
¿Cómo caracteriza usted la relación que tenía con Normal.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you, ma'am. And you are excused. Do we require the Spanish interpreter anymore?
There we go.
And thank you to the Spanish interpreter very much. And you're excused as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, Your Honor.
You may call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would like to call Cory Hawk, please.
You can please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat with his hand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Cory Hawk, Korihawk.
Proceed, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I am currently employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations in the Forensic Science Division.
Okay. What is forensic science?
Forensic science is utilizing science for the pursuit of justice.
Okay. And how long have you been employed there at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Forensic Science Division?
I have been there for 2 years now.
Prior to going to Tennessee, where were you employed?
I worked for the Los Angeles Police Department in their Forensic Science Division.
Is that sometimes referred to as the LAPD's crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your position at the crime lab for LAPD?
I was a criminalist in the Field Investigation Unit.
What is the Field Investigation Unit, or what does that particular section do?
The unit is the one that responds to the crime scenes in order to document and recover items of evidence of forensic value to be brought back to be tested forensically.
And approximately how many years were you so assigned?
In the Field Investigation Unit for 8 years.
All right. And you talked about going to crime scenes. What was your job when you would go to a crime scene?
Most of the time I would be the lead, and my job is to obtain a synopsis of why we would be responding. Then when I get there, do initial documentation of how we found the scene, and then identify items of evidence for forensic value, and then I would collect the items of evidence and keep them in protective custody until I could book them into our property division.
Approximately how many crime scenes would you say during the time you were assigned to the Field Investigation Unit did you go to?
Around 200.
And have you also testified previously as an expert with respect to the identification and collection of biological evidence as well as crime scene response?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to be assigned to the Field Investigation Unit, were you assigned to other units within LAPD's crime lab?
Yes, I worked for 2 years in the Narcotics Analysis Unit, and then I worked just over 2 years in the Serology DNA Unit as well.
So in the Serology DNA Unit, what was your job there?
I was a DNA technician by the time I left that unit.
So does that mean while you were assigned during those 2 years to the Serology DNA Unit that you were dealing with items of biological evidence that had in some cases been collected from a crime scene, such as what you were doing in FIU?
Correct.
All right. And tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience that qualifies you, if you would.
I have my Bachelor's of Science in Cellular and Molecular Biology. I worked for 10 years in biopharmaceuticals doing cancer research. I did the 12 years with LAPD and in addition my 2 years with the TBI. During my training in the forensic discipline, I received internal and external training in all disciplines and was found competent. Some of the external trainings would be bloodstain pattern documentation, identification and collection of biological evidence, shooting incident reconstruction, other things of that nature. I've taken quite a few courses. And I'm also certified by the International Association of Identification for crime scene investigation.
Okay. And in terms of the training that you received, did you also receive specific training with respect to being able to identify and recognize perhaps biological samples and how to collect them?
Yes, both internal and external training on both of those.
And did you also receive training on service material and which services lend themselves to collection versus photography versus DNA versus, let's say, latent prints?
Yes.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the date of January 23rd of 2017 at about 9:40 at night, where you called out to a particular crime scene.
Yes.
And did you respond on that evening to the location of 5012 Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills in LA County?
Yes.
And at that location, did you spend several hours at that scene looking at, identifying, and collecting various items of biological evidence?
Yes.
While you were at the scene, did you also take simultaneous notes with respect to your observations as well as your identification and collection of various items of evidence?
Yes.
Start by showing you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 9, page 9, which you can see in the bottom left-hand corner. Do you recognize the location that you see here?
Yes.
And is this the location that you responded to on the night of January 23rd of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. When you responded to this particular location, did you speak to various individuals?
Yes.
And did you also, prior to your collection, have conversations with LAPD homicide detectives that were at that scene?
Yes.
Okay. Did you come by yourself to the location, or did you come with another person from the crime lab?
I arrived with my partner, Matthew Saucedo.
Okay. And was he your partner that was assigned to this crime scene with you?
Yes.
When you got to the location, were you briefed by detectives regarding their crime scene investigation up to that point?
Yes.
Were you also made aware that there was surveillance video in the area that was being collected?
Yes.
Were you also made aware that a vehicle from this location had been stolen in the course of the crime?
Yes.
That being a Porsche?
Correct.
Okay. When you came to the location that night, you said that you arrived at somewhere around 9:40 at night, so I'm assuming in January it was dark?
Yes.
And was the location lit in any particular manner when you arrived?
There was portable light units brought in for external searching.
Okay. Is that a standard procedure for when you go out to a crime scene such as this in order to provide sufficient lighting so that you're able to identify, let's say, potential biological evidence?
Yes.
All right. And were you also advised that the lighting at the location was off when first responders arrived on scene?
Yes.
were you also advised in terms of what you subsequently did at this crime scene that the light panel or the breaker box had been turned off in the garage area?
Yes.
And were you also advised, again, with respect to what you subsequently did, that the those lights on that breaker box were turned back on by the first responder?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually examine the circuit breaker box?
Yes.
Where was that?
Walking in from the garage, it was just to the right of the entry, or to the door that went into the kitchen from the garage.
Okay.
From the two-car side.
Okay. So if we're talking about the two-car side, we're talking about this this area here that would be behind the gate to the left of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
And next to the two-car garage, there's another single-car garage that we see here in this photograph that's been marked as People's Exhibit 9, page 9, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you looked at that, that breaker box, did you make any determinations as to what, if anything, you were going to do?
It was a smooth surface, not a textured surface, so I left the breaker box switches for the latent print unit to process. Okay. As they had a better job or better opportunity to try and recover evidence.
And did you make some determinations based on your collections with the detectives at the scene regarding what you were going to collect and where from?
Yes. The criminalists that arrive, so me, I follow the evidence and I collect the evidence that I deem forensically relevant, and I communicate that with the detectives what I believe is of interest.
So as you're going through the scene, you are continually, as you're saying, updating or advising the detectives of what you're seeing and what you're collecting and why?
Yes.
All right. Now, in terms of the training that we talked about, did you also receive training with respect to what biological fluids might look like, let's say if they were diluted or transferred from one area to another onto a surface area?
Yes.
And did you also receive training regarding what biological fluids look like when they are, let's say, dripped onto a surface?
Yes.
Did you go through this entire home located at 5012 Queen Victoria?
Yes.
And did you notice when you went through the scene anything with respect to some sort of a trail?
Yes, there was a continuous pattern of red stains from garage, through the kitchen, back patio, back towards the front door, down a hallway, and into the master bedroom.
Okay. And so did you basically go about following that trail?
Yes.
And during the time that you were at the location, approximately how many samples did you collect?
I collected 43 items of evidence in total.
Okay. Did that include what appeared to be biological or blood stains?
Yes, it was collections of red stains, possible biological material that would happen from touching surfaces, 2 towels, 2 pillowcases, a bottle, and a pair of shoes.
Did you find anything in the upstairs area of this home that was of evidentiary significance or forensic value?
No.
So your collection was limited to the first level, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you go about numbering the various items of evidence that you collected or collected samples from in a particular way?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
When I locate items of evidence, I place what we call a photo identification number adjacent to the item of evidence. And what this is it's just a numerical determination of what that item would be in for photography reference, and then in my notes there's a sketch, and then I also have an evidence log. So it's to associate that item of evidence with all subsequent documentation that I will be doing. So it's called a photo ID number, and they're yellow placards.
And are those referred to in the detailed notes that you took as PID numbers?
Correct.
I want to show you exhibit, what's been marked previously as Exhibit 7, page 4. And I'm going to turn it right side up for the moment. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a bird's eye view sketch of the home, the first level.
And who created this?
The actual outline sketch was done by my partner, Matthew Saucedo, but we both made notations on the sketch while we were processing the crime scene.
And is this a piece of paper that is pre-printed with the information that we see at the top left that you bring with you to crime scenes, or that you brought with you to crime scenes at the time, in order to make notations of the sort you're just talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And up on the top right, I see a series of numbers next to what says DR. What does that stand for?
That is the division record. It's the number that is assigned to every case that is processed by the Los Angeles Police Department, and every case has its own unique identifier, and that is this case's identifier.
Okay. And so in terms of the items of evidence that we talked about that you collected at this scene when you were there for several hours, did you collect all of them and book them into LAPD property, as you were talking about a few moments ago, under this unique identifier?
Yes.
Okay. Does this box contain your writing?
Yes.
And is this actually your initials in the box?
Yes.
Okay. And if I flip this document sideways, does this lay out the various areas where you collected evidence from at the residence?
Yes.
And I note that in yellow highlighter, there appears to be numbers throughout this diagram. What do those stand for?
Those are the PIDs, so the photo identification numbers. That's how they are designated on the sketch.
Okay. And did you explain in your set of detailed notes next to the PID numbers what it was that you were collecting?
Yes.
And next to that, did you also include property item numbers?
Yes.
Were there times where the PID number did not match up to, let's say, a property ID number? In other words, you have a PID number of 6, but a property item, a booked item of evidence, as number 7.
Yes, it's very common.
Okay. And did you also, in your notes, identify what the relevant PID or photo ID number was next to the property ID number?
Yes.
Did you also indicate in your notes the date and time of collection of each of these particular samples?
Yes.
And while you were processing this scene and collecting items of evidence, were you working with a forensic photographer?
Yes.
And in what way?
In this case, I was working with forensic photographer Martinez, and I was directing her as to the sequence of photographs that we would want. In this case, we take what is called overalls to begin with, and that is to document the scene as we are walking into it. Then, once I have laid down my photo identification numbers, I directed her to take the pictures, to put them into perspective, and then close-up pictures of the actual items of evidence. And again, this is just another stage of the documentation that we perform as we go through the crime scene.
So when you put down, you said your numbers, were your numbers, your PID numbers, a particular color?
Yeah, they're yellowish.
Okay. Were there other placards that you saw at the scene that had been placed prior to your arrival?
When I arrived in the garage, there was some white paper tent markers.
White paper tent markers, in other words, where someone would, let's say, take a piece of paper, fold it in half, and put it over something?
Yes.
Okay. And those had nothing to do with you and your collection, is that correct?
No.
Okay. No, that's not correct?
I mean, no, it had nothing to do with what I was doing.
Okay. All right. Is there a difference between the numbered placards that you placed at the scene and the lettered placards?
When I place a lettered placard, that is for evidence that I cannot remove from the scene. So say, in this case, there was possible shoe impressions and red stains. I can't take those impressions as a whole, so I would put a letter, and then we would do what's called one-to-one photography. It's comparative photography that makes sure that what I see at the crime scene can then be examined by the lab personnel photographically and have it be an exact replication. And then I would add, in the case of, say, one shoe impression was letter A. Well, I would want to take a sample of that red stain to see what the substance may have been in. So it would be A1, the number designation for what I can remove from the crime scene. So I would be removing a sample of that red stain.
So that it could be tested for DNA?
Correct.
For a particular biological evidence?
Correct.
And if I show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 7-3, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a to-scale diagram of the scene. So the previous one, it's not to scale. It's what we do at the crime scene. Quick sketch just to make sure that we can put, recreate where the items of evidence may have been. This generated one is to scale. It's done in a software program. And at the time, this was done by our forensic architect.
At the lab?
Correct.
And did you work with the forensic architects at the lab in order to put this together to ensure that the information that's contained on this particular exhibit, which is People's 7, page 3, was consistent with your notes on 7-4?
Yes.
Okay. And does this document also contain, as we see here to the far right, a photo ID number in order of all of the items of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
And if they were next to it, we see what is a red dot, such as at the top here. What does that signify?
Those are the swabs with the red stains from the crime scene.
Okay. And if we have items that are not red but are black, what would that identify?
That's just a different item, like an actual item. So a towel, the shoes, the bottle.
Okay. I see on one down at the bottom, photo ID 21, you have down cap green.
Yes.
Okay. We'll talk about that. And can you tell us a little bit about, very briefly, how you go about the actual collection of items of evidence, of biological material?
In the case of the red stains, in order to pick it up, I would take a swab, which is, we should all know by now, the COVID test swabs, wet it with some sterile water, and I run that over the stain, and what that does is it transfers the stain onto the swab. I then package that into an envelope, allow it to dry, and then I book it into evidence. And I only collect one at a time, and I use a sterile swab.
And you also individually package each and every swab that you collect?
Yes.
And in terms of the packaging for each of those individual swabs, does the packaging itself also contain the unique DR number that we talked about?
Yes.
And is that so that a chain of custody can be established for each item that you collect?
Yes.
In addition to the DR number that we talked about in this case of 17-21-050194, is there also a unique laboratory number that applies to simultaneously also track all the evidence you collect?
Yes.
What is that?
So we have a program, it's the Laboratory Information Management System, and it is our internal database in order to track everything that we are doing for the cases. So in this case, it also has its own unique designation that is specifically used for laboratory purposes.
And is that sometimes referred to as a limbs number?
Correct.
And the limbs number in this case, was that 17-001339?
Yes.
And were you and your partner, Mr. Salcedo, responsible for transporting all the items of evidence back to the lab, or did somebody else do that?
Matthew took it back to the lab.
Okay. And once the items of evidence that you and Matthew collected were taken back to the lab, what is the process that happened with the samples then?
The samples are placed in a secured evidence containment where the key is maintained either by myself or my partner until I am able to package the evidence with tamper-proof tape. Once the evidence has been packaged with the transfer-proof tape, I then create a property report and I am able to book those items of evidence into our property division.
Okay. And are those items of evidence, let's say if you were collecting something that was wet at the scene, like let's say blood, is there some procedure, standard procedure that you followed with those particular items?
I must wait for them to dry before I could book them into property to prevent any form of contaminant from happening. Say if something is wet, you can have bacterial production that would affect DNA.
Bacteria eats away at DNA.
Correct.
So you would put them into some type of a drying cage, secure drying area in order to dry those items before you package them?
The swabs in the envelopes, there's, we call it a collar, and it's basically like an upside down cap, so the swab stays inside of it, and that stays in the envelope, and we don't remove that until the swab is dry, so it dries in that envelope so it doesn't get any other sample with it. So each time that one of those swab envelopes are open, it's only one at a time, whereas if I were to put it in, say, a drying container, they would all be open at the same time.
Okay. And that's to prevent cross-contamination?
Yes.
All right. And in terms of your work in the DNA serology unit at the LAPD's crime lab, did you work with a DNA analyst by the name of Randy Zepeda?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that the items that you collected were sent to the DNA unit to Randy Zepeda for analysis?
After he processed them, I found out that he was the one who did it.
Okay. Now, where did you enter the scene through?
The garage.
Showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 7, page 15. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And is this the two-car area, the garage, that you were talking about before?
Yes.
And is this the location where you entered into the residence?
Yes.
When you entered, did you enter through the door that we see here where I'm pointing to? It looks like maybe next to some type of a black object that might be a trash can, through the open door right behind that?
Yes.
And in terms of the white items that we see on the ground in the garage, are those the white placards that you talked about previously?
Yes.
When you entered into the home through this door, what did that lead you to?
The kitchen.
And before entering the home, you said to the right of the door was the breaker box that you looked at.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 7, page 21. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the breaker box.
Okay. And that's the area that you said you decided based on the surface area to leave for the latent print people.
Yes.
Okay. So that would be a different discipline, correct?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 20. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
The door that is open toward the left of the image, I'm sorry, my left, that is the door to the kitchen, so the breaker box would be practically in the middle. And then to the right is a cabinet, and on top of that cabinet, that's the close-up image that you see, there's a bunch of like cables that are up there.
And did you inspect that area?
Yes.
And what did those cables appear to be?
It looked like where a surveillance system would be.
And were the cords that you see there just left unattached to any particular object?
Yes.
showing you people 7, page 16, on the left photograph first, where we see this number 36, this yellow placard. Would that be a placard that you placed?
Yes.
Okay, and we know that because it's yellow?
Yes, and I remember putting it there.
Okay, and what was the purpose of this particular placard?
It was to identify a red stain that I would be collecting.
Okay, and is that the red stain that we see to the right, just underneath the placard 36?
Yes.
That I'm pointing to here?
Yes.
And you collected a swab from that area?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you people 7, page 17, looking at the two placards that we see in the photograph to the left, 37 and 38. Again, were those placards that you placed?
Yes.
And looking to the right, what do we see here?
They each designate their own red stain.
And did you then take swabs from those areas as well?
Yes.
Showing you people's 7, number 18, or page 18, looking at the photograph to the left, does that show you the entrance from the garage into the kitchen area that you were referring to? Yes. And hanging down in the middle of the garage, we can see that there's another yellow placard. What did you use that placard to denote?
That placard is on the manual release for an automatic garage door opener. When the power is off to the house, you can't use an automatic garage door opener. So I swabbed that for possible touch DNA, because in order to get a vehicle out of the garage, the door has to be open. So I thought maybe somebody might have manually opened it.
This is back in 2017, right?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the right, does that appear to be a close-up of that manual release with your 39 yellow placard?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what touch DNA is?
In general terms, it is when a person touches a surface, the oils and, from your hand then get transferred to the surface, much like a fingerprint. So the fingerprint and touch DNA, it's the same principle. If you think that a fingerprint's been left there, you have a chance of leaving touch DNA. Some people leave more than others, or if you tend to, touch your face more, you're going to leave more touch DNA behind.
Meaning skin cells, yes?
Yes.
When you got to this scene, before you even entered, were you advised that the victim was still at the scene on the patio?
Yes.
And did coroner personnel arrive on scene while you were in the process of collecting items of evidence?
Yes.
Exhibit 7, page 24. Do you recognize what's displayed? Let's start with the photo to the left.
Yes, that is the view from if you're standing in the kitchen, out that door into the two-car garage.
And did you find something of significance on the door itself?
Yes, right where that door latch is, there was what appeared to be red stains in a smeared pattern.
Okay. And is that where you placed your placard, the yellow 14 that we see in the photograph to the left?
Yes.
And if we look at the photograph to the right, a close-up, where we see that there appears to be a red stain, did this appear to be a red stain that was transferred?
It was possible that it was transferred, yes.
Consistent with?
Yes.
And so did you take a swab from that leading edge of the deadbolt there, of the door from the kitchen to the garage?
Yes.
Now, prior to the coroner personnel moving the body, did you collect some evidence from the patio area?
Yes.
And when you did that, was that initially around the body of the victim who was still at the scene?
Yes.
Showing you People's 8. Page 5. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the view from the backyard towards the house with the patio to the right.
Okay. And when we see this area that's blue, just through this open door, what area of the house would that be?
The kitchen.
And in terms of the patio area where you collected evidence from, where was that?
Where that yellow crime scene tape is, it was from that area.
Inside that yellow taped off area?
That whole vicinity, and from there towards the kitchen as well.
Okay. Showing you People's 8, page 6. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the view if you were standing adjacent to the home towards that patio area.
With the victim still at the scene, leaning over or folded over on his knees on a chair?
Yes.
Okay. Again, with the yellow taped area you were talking about?
Yes.
Showing you People's 8, page 7. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is a closer up picture of the patio, and you could still see the decedent's left hand in the image.
Okay. Showing you People's 8, page 9. What do we see here?
That is a close-up picture of the decedent from a different angle.
Okay. And did you collect evidence from this area?
Yes.
Showing you People's 8, page 8. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is the vantage point here?
That is from further back. It's from outside that yellow taped area. The previous image was from inside the yellow taped area.
And what about People's 8, page 10?
That is the view if your back was towards the kitchen, towards the rest of the backyard, to get that angle for where the decedent was in position.
Again, we see that there appears to be a red substance resembling blood around the body. Is that the area from which you collected items of evidence?
Yes.
Moreover, in terms of the background behind the pool, we see that there is some type of a light source that's been set up. Was that brought in by the crime lab to light the scene?
Yes.
And was that done in order to assist you in your collection of evidence?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene, in terms of the area next to the victim, let me show you People's 8, page 11. Did you make any notations with respect to the fire pit itself?
When me and my partner arrived at the crime scene, that fire pit was still smoldering. So I checked through it to see if there may be some possible items of evidence in there, but I did not discover any.
Okay. And over here to the left of the victim and the left of that fire pit, right in front of this couch or chase area, we see that there is a yellow number 1 placard. What does that signify?
There's a red stain in front of it.
And is that what we see in the photograph to the far left?
Yes.
And is that an item of evidence or an area from which you collected a swab?
Yes.
I want to go back to People 7, Exhibit 4 for a moment. With respect to the patio area, did you identify the location of the victim in a certain manner?
Yes, it's the X.
Okay. And that's what we see to the bottom right corner of this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And the yellow circled numbers that we see in the area around the X, are those the areas from which you collected potential blood stains?
Yes, technically the number 2, Matt Saucedo collected, but I did the rest.
You were present when he did that?
Yes.
Now you mentioned that the coroner personnel arrived while you were at the scene. Were you present when they moved the victim's body?
Yes.
Let me go back to People's 8. This is page 12, where we see this number 3 placard to the right, just near the edge of the pool, to the right of the victim and forward. Did you collect an item of evidence from this location as well?
Yes, a swab of the red stain.
And is that the red stain that we see just beneath your yellow photo ID number placard 3?
Yes.
Once the victim was moved by coroner personnel, were you present to observe what remained underneath where he was lying?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 8, page 18, what do we see here?
That is the area, you can see the 2 voids in that pool. That's where his knees were. And then on the cushion is where his upper body was resting. So it's the pools that were all around him.
In terms of the backyard area, if we look at People's 8, page 5, was the TV on when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you also search the area for footwear impression?
Yes.
And did you look at the bottom of the victim's feet?
Yes.
Showing you, again, People's 8, page 10. What, if anything, did you note with respect to the bottom of the victim's feet that was significant to your investigation at the scene?
There was no red stains on the soles of his shoes.
And what did that signify to you?
That if I were to find any footwear impressions in or any part of the crime scene, it could not have been his.
Showing you People's 7, page number 43. Do you recognize what you see here in these 2 photographs?
Yes.
And what is that?
They were shoes that were at the crime scene when I arrived, and the PID 6 is indicating a pair of brown boots that had red stains on the soles.
And were you informed at some point in time, in order to conduct your investigation, that these shoes belonged to one of the daughters?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the shoes, given once you were told that?
I recovered them.
Okay. And they're just at the, just outside the door on the red and white mat, just outside the open kitchen door, is that right?
Yes.
Marked as People's 7, page 41. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that is standing in the kitchen area, and it is the open door that leads to that back patio area.
And if we look at the door jamb area as depicted to the right photograph in People 7, page 41, what did you notice in this area here?
There's a red stain there that, again, appeared to be possible transfer.
Okay. And if we were to look through the open door leading from the kitchen to the backyard, was there a particular item of evidence on the other side of this glass pane on the counter?
It was the decedent's cell phone.
Did you notice whether or not there was any red stains that led from the patio area around the back side of the pool?
No.
Did you notice if there were any red stains along the side of the house where the master bedroom and 2 other bedrooms were that lead around to the back side of the pool?
There were no red stains there.
So, in terms of the blood stain or the red stains that you recovered that resembled blood, were those stains consistent with the killer or killers entering the kitchen from the back patio after the murder, given where you observed the red blood stains?
In order for the red stains to appear where they were, the blood would have had to be present, so it had to be after the decedent was attacked.
And did you follow the red stains into the kitchen area?
Yes.
We spoke a moment ago about the decedent's cell phone, showing you People 7, page 36. Again, as I mentioned, looking at the photograph to the left, does that appear to be within that circled area, the cell phone that we were talking about belonging to the decedent?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the right of that, again looking through a pane of glass, does that appear to be the decedent's cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also find stains that resembled blood around the kitchen sink area?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 38. And let's start with the photograph to the top left. Did you place placards number 15 and 17?
Yes.
And what did those signify?
There was red stains on the faucet handle, which is 15, and then also what appeared to be possibly dilute red stains. That's on the basin of the sink, and that's 17.
Okay, so taking a look at the photograph on the bottom left corner of People 7, page 38, is that the red stain that you're referring to with your placard number 15?
Yes.
And looking closer at the photograph to the right with placard number 17, where we see various, it looks like circles. Is that what you're referring to in terms of diluted blood stains?
Yes.
And you took samples from those areas as well?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, number or page 37, starting again at the photograph on the left. What are we looking at here?
It is a further back image of that same kitchen sink. There's a placard on that blue towel that had red stains. The faucet handle is 15. The basin is 17. And then 20, there was red stains on a vinegar bottle that was left in the sink.
And in terms of that vinegar bottle, did that appear to be an empty vinegar bottle?
Yes.
And was there a top on the bottle?
There was no top while it was in the sink.
Did you find a top?
Yes.
Where was that?
In the dining room, so just outside the kitchen.
looking at the two photographs to the right of People's 7, page 37, what do we see here starting with the photograph at the top?
PID 16 is the blue towel that was draped over the kitchen faucet. And then you can also see placard 17 in that same photo. And then the photo below that is the indicating the kitchen faucet handle and the basin.
Okay. And in terms of 16, when you put a placard on the towel, that was because you saw some stains perhaps on that towel that resembled blood as well?
Yes.
It's not a towel that's soaked in any particular manner in red, correct? It has maybe a couple of individual stains like what I'm pointing to here at the bottom of the blue towel. Is that right?
Yes.
Showing you People's 7, page 40, and looking at placard number 20, what is this indicating?
That's the vinegar bottle with the red stains.
So if we look at the photographs to the right, I'll look at the one at the bottom right of People 740. Are these the looks like diluted stains that you see, that we can see here in this photograph?
Yes.
And you took samples of those?
I took the bottle.
You took the bottle itself. Which means, given that you previously worked, again, in the DNA serology section, would that be an item of evidence that would be screened?
Yes.
Okay. What is the screening process?
To screen for something to be possible blood, it's a color test. You would transfer a small portion of the stain, add chemicals. If it turns bright pink, it's possibly blood. And then if it doesn't turn any color, then most likely it's not.
Okay. So you brought it back to the lab so that it could be screened for potential biological material such as blood?
Yes.
Based on a chemical test?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 7, People's 29. Do you recognize what you see here?
It's a picture of the other side of the kitchen from where we were previously focused.
Okay. So across from the door that leads to the back patio?
Correct.
Okay. And what in particular were you identifying with your number 12 placard here?
Red stain.
Okay. And is that on a drawer just below the monitor that we see here in the photograph to the left?
Yes.
And if we look up close at the photograph in the bottom right, is this the area from which you collected a swab?
Yes.
Appears to be some type of material that's dripped.
It was hard to tell based on the color. It was either dripped or transferred.
Okay. Back to the kitchen counter across from this island, looking at Exhibit 7, page 39. What do we see here?
That's another indicator for a red stain that was collected.
And is that the diluted stain that we see, red stain just below your 18 placard?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at Exhibit 7, page 32, starting at the photograph to the bottom left, where we see a number of yellow placards on the floor area. What do we see here?
Where you can see the letters, those are the possible shoe impressions and the red stains, and then where you see the numbers, it's red stains that were collected.
Okay. So where I'm pointing right now, is that a letter?
Yes.
Is that a B?
Yes.
And is that to identify the shoe prints and blood that you thought you saw?
It indicates one of them, so it's a letter per stain, and the rule of thumb is to get 2 of each type of pattern in hopes that you can piece enough together to get the entire shoe impression, because they're never perfect when you leave an impression.
So let me interrupt. Let's stretch. Come on. Actually, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me.
we look at this yellow placard with the item number 10, what does that indicate?
There was a red stain that was recovered.
And if we go closer to the door, does there appear to also be another letter?
Yes.
And what letter is that?
A.
And what does that indicate?
That was another possible shoe impression and red staining.
And in terms of the item 9 placard, what did that indicate?
That was a red stain that I recovered.
And just beyond that, is there a placard number 19?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were those all areas from which you collected a sample?
Yes.
Looking to the right, 2 photographs in People 7, page 32, beneath the number 9 placard and beneath the number 10 placard, are those the stains from which you collected swabs?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 33. Does that give us a close-up view of the areas we just talked about where there were blood stains that we saw next to placards 9 and 19?
Yes.
And is this the blood trail that you referred to earlier that led from the patio through the kitchen and around the island area?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the bottom right of People 7, number 33. What are we looking at here?
That's placard B, indicating a possible shoe impression and red staining.
And showing you People 7, page 25. Let's look at the photograph to the left first. Right at, before we get to the door, is this a placard with another letter?
Yes.
And what is that?
C.
And what does that indicate?
It's a possible shoe impression and red staining.
Showing you the photograph to the right. Is this a close-up of, well, let's see if it focuses itself. There it is. Does that depict that potential shoe impression and blood that you were referring to?
Yes.
From which you collected another stain?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you People 7, number 27. Photograph again to the bottom left. What do we see here?
That is photo identifier D.
Okay. And again, what is that?
That is a possible shoe impression and red staining.
And to the bottom right, next to the D, is that up close an enlargement of that potential shoe impression and blood that you collected from?
Yes.
Now, we talked about the empty vinegar bottle in the kitchen sink, showing you People's Exhibit 7, page 45. Where we see the tile in the kitchen floor meet the wood in the dining room, where we see a number 21 placard. What is that?
That is the cap, the green cap for the vinegar bottle.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor. Did you find any red stains in the dining room area? That means on the wood floor area?
No.
How about in the living
No.
Showing you people 7, page 46. Do you recognize the vantage point that you see here?
Yes.
And what is that?
If your back is to the kitchen, you're looking into the living room. So you're standing in the dining room, though.
So it's a long room with the dining room next to the dining table next to the kitchen area, and further down to the opposite direction would be the living room area.
Correct.
And you didn't find anything of significance forensically in that area of the house?
No.
We can see to the right of the photograph to the top left of People 7, page 46, that it appears that there are some stairs that are in the same type of tile, perhaps, that we saw in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Where did that lead you to?
The entryway, the main entrance.
Showing you the photograph to the right in People 7, page 46. Is this the entryway that leads to the open front door?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 7, page 49, the photograph to the top left. Did you lay down a couple more placards here?
Yes, 22 and 23.
And what did those identify?
They were red stains that I recovered.
Showing you the photographs to the right in People 7, page 49. Are those the red stains up close that you're referring to?
Yes.
Now, did this area near the front door, let's say to the left of the front door, lead to a particular room?
That leads to the hallway that branches off into the bedrooms.
Okay. So if you were to go down this hallway where the floor changes once again from the tile to wood, did that lead you into the master bedroom?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 53. Is this the doorway, one of the doorways leading to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And on the floor just outside of the carpeted area in the bedroom, did you place a placard number 26?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the bottom right, although it might be hard to see. What were you identifying here with number 26?
There was a red stain.
Again, another item that you collected from?
Yes.
Showing you People's 7, number 52. If you were to follow the 24 straight forward to the 26 that we looked at a moment ago, this would lead you, as you said, into the master bedroom. Is that right?
Yes.
However, if you were to go down the hallway the other direction, past this area where there appears to be some type of a white wood cabinet of sorts, we see a placard number 25.
Yes.
What did that identify?
There was a red stain on the closet door.
We show you the photograph to the right with the placard just beneath that door. Is this the stain that you swabbed?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you People 7, number 60. Let's start with the photograph to the left. What room is this in?
That's the master bedroom.
Okay. And was this the condition of the master bedroom when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And did you place placards on the actual cabinet, door, and dresser as we see here in People 7, page 60?
Yes.
And was that the placard numbers 32 and 33?
Yes.
And if I show you the photograph to the bottom right, what do we see here in People's 32?
That is a red stain that was on the drawer that was recovered for evidence.
Once again, in looking at that particular stain and noting the trail from the patio area, was that consistent with blood that had been transferred from the victim or the patio area into the bedroom?
It is a possible transfer stain, yes.
Okay. Showing you People 7, page 59. Looking at placard 33, what did that identify?
That is a red stain that was recovered.
Okay. By you?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, number 56. Let's start with the photograph to the bottom, top left. Would this be the vantage point opposite what we were talking about before, from the hallway looking into the bedroom, this time from the bedroom looking out into the hallway from the master?
Yes.
And again, was this the condition of the master as you found it?
Yes.
With the drawers open and the items strewn on the floor?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the bottom right of People 7, number 56, or page 56. I can see that there is a placard 27 on a cabinet door and a placard 29 on the floor. What did those items signify?
27 was a red stain and 29 was the bag. It had red stains on it.
Okay, and also on top of the counter, there appears to be another placard. What does that identify?
That's a red stain that I recovered.
Okay, on the counter area?
Yes.
That we can see right below the placard?
Yes.
Showing you People's 7, page 77, again looking at the overall photograph to the top left first, looking at the placards 30 and 31 on this green bed. What did those identify?
The pillowcases had red stains on them, so I recovered the pillowcases.
Okay. And in looking at the photograph to the bottom right of People 7, page 77, was this a photograph that you had taken of the condition of the shutters over a sliding door?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 54. Is this a photograph taken from inside of the master bedroom?
Yes.
And does this photograph appear to lead into a walk-in closet?
Yes, it would be as if your back is to the bed. To the right, you see the hallway that would lead to the hallway. Straight ahead is the closet, and then to the left is the bathroom.
And if you were to go to the left, showing you People 7, page 55, the photograph to the top left, is that the master bathroom?
Yes.
And showing you the photograph to the bottom right, is that also a photograph inside the master bath?
Yes, if you're standing in the master bath, to the photo towards that hallway.
And what does the 34 identify?
There was a towel on the back of the door with a red stain I recovered.
And if you were to be at the entering from the front door into the entryway of this home, as we see in People's 7, page 48, the photograph to the bottom right, this is, it looks like if you were to enter, in front of you would be the staircase that led upstairs.
Yes.
And you indicated there was no items of evidentiary value up there.
No.
But you looked around.
Yes.
It appeared to be undisturbed.
Correct.
Showing you photograph to the top left of 7, page 48. As you enter into the house, if you were to go to the left, what does this door lead to?
The garage.
And would that be to the one-car garage portion,
Yes.
which led into the two-car garage portion?
Yeah, there's no wall or anything in between them. It's all one big space.
In terms of the living room area that we spoke about a few moments ago, was there also a television in that living room area?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 7, page 46, the photograph to the top left. Was the TV on when you arrived?
Yes.
Did that include the sound?
I don't independently recollect if the sound was on.
Okay. If I could have a moment again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Did you find any rooms in the home that had been ransacked other than that master bedroom that we talked about?
No.
Term ransack? It's overruled.
No.
That appeared to be the only room that had been disturbed,
Yes.
where there were items strewn about,
Yes.
cabinets and drawers open. You didn't find that elsewhere?
Nope.
By the way, in the master bedroom, did you identify a location where there was a safe?
Yes.
And where was that located?
If you were to enter the master bedroom closet, just behind the door, so in the wall, it looked like a full-length mirror, but behind that mirror is a safe.
Did that appear to have did that appear to be untouched?
I did not see any red stains on it.
Did you find any red stains on the railing area leading upstairs?
No.
And I just want to make sure that I clarify, because I might have read this wrong. In terms of your set of notes, with respect to the divisional report number under which you booked all of your swabs, is this the correct number, 172105194?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Looks like we're having to recess for 15 minutes. The evidence applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Not anymore. We're in.
Covered, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you this.
Record Fabio Sementilli, defendant is present. All counsel are present. Jury and alternate present. And Ms. Hawk is still under oath. Ms. Levine, you may inquire.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hawk.
Good afternoon.
Let me ask you this. You examined an awful lot of evidence, biological evidence, blood, and so forth. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able, did you do any comparisons at all, that is, to match any of the evidence that you recovered with any known samples or other individuals to see if there was a match?
I didn't perform any of the analysis for what I recovered. That was up to people that were in the lab.
Okay.
So I didn't do any of that, no.
That's not your field of expertise, or is it?
To do the analysis?
Yes.
Not anymore.
Okay, at one time.
I am no longer competent in that field of forensics.
It's progressed quite a bit.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. What time did you arrive on the scene?
It would have been, I would have to refer to my notes to be more precise, but it was around 10 o'clock, somewhere in that range, on the 23rd.
Okay, so as far as you knew, there had been a great number of police officers and other experts on the scene before you got there.
Yes.
Okay, but you operated on the assumption that everything had been maintained as best possible in a forum for you to recover evidence.
Yes.
You didn't see any evidence of any third parties or anyone who was involved with the investigation and somehow contaminating the evidence?
Nothing that couldn't be accounted for. So a lot of the times when an officer or officers clear scenes, they're not going to be wearing the personal protective equipment like gloves and masks, but we do have the ability to eliminate their samples if need be, in case there was any contamination in the time.
What about shoe prints or shoes? Anyone walking through the crime scene for whatever reason, would you be able to identify that as being someone from law enforcement as opposed to a potential suspect?
If it is of question, a lot of the times I would recover what's called an exemplar of their shoe impression. So it's a sticky sheet that we would have them stand on, and it would take an impression of their shoes to be compared at the lab later with those comparison photographs that were taken.
But nothing led you to do that in this case?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You, during the course of your examination, it appears we're focusing on red stains or possible blood stains. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of fingerprints, did you have any role in either uncovering or recovering any items or preserving them for possible fingerprint matches with a suspect or anybody else?
None of the items that I recovered would have been optimal for fingerprint recovery, and fingerprint is a different discipline of forensics.
So had you come across an item or a surface that you thought might be productive in uncovering fingerprints, would you have done that, or would it have been done by a separate expert?
Done by a separate expert. I could recommend, say, this is a good surface for you to fingerprint. I left it for you, because if I ran a swab over it, it would destroy a fingerprint. So I let them know, I did not touch this. You're free to process it, but I don't actually do the fingerprints.
Did you have any direct contact with someone whose specialty was recovering or comparing fingerprints?
At this crime scene, no.
Let me, there were a few exhibits that were shown to you, and let me show them to you again if I can. These are all Exhibit 7.
Bless you.
Let's start with the lowest number. You see that?
Yes.
It's not the whole picture, but
I'm sorry. Which exhibit are we talking
I'm
about?
sorry. This is People's Exhibit 7, item 17. This was shown to you previously. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you were asked about two items here. One was this item down there. That big finger. That little item there, do you see what that is?
That is the breaker box.
Okay, that's the breaker box that you previously discussed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the item above it, above the cabinet, could you describe that again, what you saw?
It was loose cables that were not connected to anything.
And you said they appear to be part of a surveillance system, is that right?
Consistent with what I've seen in the past for the types of plugs that would plug into like the housing, I guess you would call it.
Okay. Let me show you then another exhibit from number 7, and this is exhibit 20. I think we're going to exhibit 7, item 20. I think we ought to change the focus on this. I'm going to mess this up, I'm sure. There we go. So again, looking at this, there appears to be two photographs here. One appears to be, again, the loose cables and wires you just discussed. Is that right?
Yes.
And then here again is the breaker box. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then finally, exhibit 7, item number 21. Is that a close-up of the breaker box?
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, when you were discussing that, you didn't find any blood or red stains on either of those two items. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you did say, or correct me if I'm wrong, that the breaker box, perhaps the outside, might be right for, lack of a better word, fingerprints?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not the breaker box was ever examined for possible fingerprints?
I don't know.
Did you request or make it known that you thought that surface might be productive in possibly finding prints?
I communicated it to the detectives that I was leaving it for latent prints as it was a better surface for them, but I can't dictate what happens with any other. It's not my case.
Okay.
So I can only give recommendations. I can't control any part of that, and I didn't have direct contact with the latent print examiner.
And whether or not there was a follow-up on that, you have no idea at this time?
No.
You wouldn't be part of that?
No.
Were there any other surfaces that you came across during the course of your very thorough examination, it sounds like, that you thought might be ripe for possible fingerprints?
There was a few, yes.
Can you tell us what they were, if you recall?
The kitchen faucet handle, I focused on where the red stains were, but it is a very smooth surface that would be a good place for fingerprints. The safe, how it was a mirror, though I didn't see any red stains, it could have possibly been fingerprinted as well as a target point.
Well, let me stop you right there, and if you recall something else, please let me know. So the safe itself, you examined for possible red stains, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had followed a trail of red stains from the first floor hallway and kitchen area, backyard, into the master bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
And found, I believe, a few small stains in the master bedroom?
There were 3, 4, 5. Yeah, less than 10 red stains in there.
And can you refresh my memory approximately what they were on, what surfaces?
There was one that was on the top of the vanity that led to the hallway, and there was one on the drawer of that vanity as well. I'm sorry, cabinet door. And then on the dresser, there was the staining that was on the top drawer, and then on a door of the dresser as well. And then it was like a fossil jewelry bag. There was some red stains on that as well that was in the room. And the 2 pillowcases had some red stains as well.
And you said, I believe, for lack of a better word, that the room looked like it had been ransacked. Is that correct?
It did appear as though it was not how somebody intended to leave it.
But one of the things that you did look at closely would be the safe area. Is that right?
Yes.
And could you describe again how the safe area was situated and you mentioned a glass mirror or something like that. Could you describe it in detail as best you recall?
As you walk into the master bedroom closet, the door would open inwards towards the left. And if you shut that door behind where it had opened, that would be where it looked like a full-length mirror almost would be. And that area was the safe. If you flip the mirror out, there's the safe.
Was the safe open or closed?
Closed.
And again, any red stains anywhere on the safe, near the safe, in the vicinity of the safe?
No.
And again, you don't know if it was printed or not?
No.
You also testified to examining a pair of shoes. Is that right? Or recovering stains from a pair of shoes?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't do the comparisons of any of these items, DNA, blood, touch, whatever. You just recovered the items to be compared later.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Regarding those shoes, you found some blood stains on them. Is that right?
There was red stains on them, yes.
Okay. And you learned later that the shoes belonged to one of the daughters.
Yes.
Okay. So it seemed clear to you that perhaps the daughter who unfortunately had to discover the body may have walked through some of the red stains on the floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you directed to examine any other shoes or shoe by law enforcement other than the pair belonging to the daughters?
Any shoes that were visible, I looked at the soles of them to see if there was red stains. So there was extra shoes also outside of that kitchen door. So in addition to the boots that I recovered, there was, they might have been Vans. I looked at those soles. When I looked in the master bedroom closet, I didn't see any red stains on any of the soles of those shoes. But I didn't dig through every closet in the house to find all the shoes that could have been there.
Sure, but going back to the shoes that were in the kitchen area, that was the crime scene basically, correct?
Yes.
Did you determine whose shoes they belonged to?
The ones that were left outside?
Not yet, other than the daughter's shoes.
No.
Okay. But you examined them and there was no blood or red stains on them?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that other than the daughter's shoes, you did not recover blood from any other shoe or shoes that you saw at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And it was your impression that the crime scene had been kept as untouched as possible for your examination?
Yes.
Correct? You also said that the television was on, is that right?
Yes.
That's in the living room?
Yes.
Do you recall what was on?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether or not it was on when it was first observed by law enforcement or the first people on the scene?
I know that it was on when I arrived, and no one told me that they turned it on, and that's as much as I know.
So you assumed that it was on when the crime took place, or at that time?
It was my understanding, yes.
Okay. But you, well, let me ask you this. Did you examine the television itself?
I looked
for any possible evidence? I'm sorry.
Yes, I looked at the remote and the television area, and I did not see any red stains in that area.
And again, were there any surfaces of the television itself that you thought were ripe for fingerprints?
Anything that's flat and smooth is a really good surface for fingerprints.
And was it black and smooth?
Yeah, it was a flat screen TV.
Okay. Did you point that out to other law enforcement who were present, that it might be a possible source of evidence?
I wouldn't feel the need to do any of that. The latent print examiner, they also are trained in doing crime scene recovery and evidence recovery. The only time that I would really communicate is if they would come in and there's a possibility that if I already collected swabs from that area, I would have obliterated the latent print. So in the case that we call it split evidence, so the case of the breaker box, they would not have known one way or the other if I had swabbed the breaker box, thereby destroying any fingerprints. So I communicate the split evidence in what I collected and what I didn't. And then the latent print examiner, who is also trained, would utilize their training to collect any sort of latent print from other surfaces. So because I would have no need to swab the TV, I did not feel the need to communicate that it's a good place for prints, because they know it's a good recovery point for prints.
Let me ask you this then. To your knowledge, was there a print expert on the scene, at least at any time you were there, to work with you or in conjunction with you and examine any of the items for possible prints?
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered twice now.
I don't believe so.
Normally on crime scenes, the latent print examiner goes after us. The powder tends to overwhelm anything that it goes onto. So we collect our evidence, and then the latent print examiner would follow. So I would say the majority of my crime scenes, I never interacted with a latent print examiner. So this is no different. I did not interact with one, and I don't know if they came.
Okay, so I'll take that as a no. You didn't see any latent print expert at the scene?
No.
And you were not notified afterwards whether or not any latent prints were recovered?
No.
Okay. Can I have 1 minute, Your Honor? Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Anything for other people?
I have 1 moment, Your Honor. No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
May I call your next witness?
Thank you. People call Detective Verna back on the stand.
Dr. Verna, you've been previously placed under oath. You're still under oath. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Detective.
Good afternoon.
This morning we talked about the fact that you were assigned to investigate the murder of Fabio Sementilli along with your partner. Who was that in this case?
Jean Parshall.
Your Honor, I have a photograph of Detective Parshall. May it be marked as People's 21, which I believe is next in order.
It is, and it may.
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, it's People's 21, and it has a 24 in the bottom left corner. Sir, do you recognize who is depicted in this photograph?
I do.
And who is that?
That's Jean Parshall.
Okay. He was your partner on this case?
He was.
Okay. Now, when you got to the scene, you told us earlier you got there at approximately 8:10 at night. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were there until sometime around 2:30 in the morning?
Roughly.
When you were at the scene, were there other homicide detectives from Valley Bureau Homicide with you?
There were.
Okay. And was a supervisor also at the scene?
Multiple.
Okay. And was your direct supervisor at the scene?
He was.
And who was that?
Detective Steve Castro.
Showing you People's 7, page 10. Do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is this?
It's an image of the driveway area of the residence at 5012 Queen Victoria.
And is this the way that the scene looked when you arrived?
The light that's shown in the, if I can use...
Sure,
this,
the pointer?
Yes, the light that's right here in the photograph on the left-hand side in the middle of the image, that wasn't there. A unit showed up and provided lighting. But other than that, yes, that's how it looked.
Okay. And is it typical that when homicide detectives arrive at a scene such as this, that notifications are made to various individuals or departments within LA County?
I object what's typical, Your Honor.
So rule it, this happens,
Yes.
And standard procedure would be to notify who on a scene such as this?
Well, there'd be multiple notifications, but one would be the coroner's office for sure, and then additional resources from our own department in the form of scientific investigations division, and whatever we decide we need.
Scientific Investigations Division, meaning SID, what the crime lab was at that point in time.
Yes, photographs, yes.
And would that also include things such as alternate light sources?
Yes, it could.
Okay. And is it also standard procedure that any individuals at the scene would be removed from the scene prior to your examination of the scene?
That's correct.
And that crime scene tape would be placed up?
Yes.
Such as what we see here in this exhibit 7, People 7, page 10.
Correct.
Now, when you got to the scene, what was the first thing that needed to be done?
Well, the first thing that we did, we got a briefing by the officers that were present at the scene.
Okay.
We were advised at one point, and I don't recall who got the information, but we were advised that the house had not been cleared.
What does that mean?
Meaning that there had not been a thorough search of the property for additional suspects or victims. So that's what we did. We took that upon ourselves to make sure that was done.
Okay. And when you did a thorough clearing of the home, were you assisted by other officers or detectives?
Yes.
And were those the individuals that worked with you at Valley Bureau Homicide, including your partner?
Yes.
Along with Gabriel Gutierrez, Efren Gutierrez,
Yes.
and Gabriel Bucknell?
Yes.
Okay. And does that mean you go thoroughly room by room through the entire property?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a purpose to doing that?
Yes. Again, it's to look for additional victims or suspects that might be present within the property. This is not a search for evidence or anything like that.
Okay. And was a search warrant obtained from a judge that night so that you could go through the property and collect any evidence that you deemed relevant?
Yes.
Okay. And by the time you got to the scene, although you told us that you did not arrive until 8:10, were you made aware that law enforcement had basically been on scene since around 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive a briefing from those officers that came from Devonshire and Topanga divisions?
Yes.
Were you made aware in terms of your subsequent investigation and how you conducted it that when the officers had initially arrived on scene that power had been turned off at the location?
Yes, that portions of the residence did not have power.
Okay. And as a result, were you also told that someone had turned back on some of the power to the home based on the sub-breaker box located in the garage?
I don't recall being told that there was power turned back on. My understanding it was left the way it was found.
Okay. And so there were some lights that were on in the home and some that were out. Is that correct?
Correct. Some of the house had power and some did not.
Based on the condition of that sub-breaker box in the garage?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 21. Is this something that you inspected yourself?
Yes.
And what did you determine with respect to your inspection?
that it's hard to see in the photograph because of the shininess of it. But if you look at the bottom row, there is 7 breakers that are turned off. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th is in an on position.
Okay. And so this breaker box, where was this located?
In the garage.
Just outside the door leading to the kitchen?
Correct.
And when you got to the scene, was the black Ford F-150 pickup truck that we see depicted here in People 7, page 11. Let me see if I can focus this. Was it already in the position that we see here?
It was.
Okay. And were the doors, the doors to the double parking area of the garage open as we see depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, the 2-car garage door was open. The single-car garage door was closed.
And that's the one that we see closed just to the right of the open double garage area?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you People 7, page 12. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this depict in these 4 photographs?
It's a black Ford F-150 pickup truck. This is a vehicle that was owned by the Sementillis.
Showing you People 7, page 69. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the front door of the residence.
Okay. And if we look through the window to the left of the front door, does that depict the staircase that leads to the 2nd level?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this location, the Sementilli residence and where it's located, can you describe for us what we see here in People's Exhibit 9, page 3?
Yeah. So Oakdale Avenue, if you come south from Ventura Boulevard, this is going south here, you could make a eastbound turn on Queen Victoria, and the house would be the 2nd house in on the left.
Okay.
On the north side of the street.
And at the intersection where Oakdale Avenue meets Queen Victoria, was there a neighborhood surveillance camera at that location?
There was.
And looking at this exhibit, does this appear to be an aerial view of the Sementilli residence, including the pool behind it?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you People's 9, page 7. Again, is this an aerial view of the residence, including the pool area?
It is, and it's the complete 180 orientation of the photo we just saw, essentially.
Of the one that we saw in Exhibit 9,
Correct.
page 3. Okay. And showing you People's 9, page 14, does this appear to be an aerial view of the backyard area?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you People's Exhibit 9, page 15, does this appear to be, again, a view of the backyard at this point taken from near the covered patio area looking towards the back of the pool area?
It does.
Now, along this back area that I'm pointing to the top of the photograph, is there like a ravine behind this house area?
Yeah, there was a set of stairs. You obviously can't see it in this photograph, but If you were to go around this corner of the house and go down, I don't know, probably about 40 feet or so, there was a set of stairs that went down to an area that was, we can call it a ravine, I guess.
And if you were to go around the back side of the home, where I'm pointing here, towards the right along the residence, would there be a pathway that leads you to the 3 bedrooms that were on the first level of the home?
Yes, there was a walkway behind the house.
When you arrived, did your division take over control of this particular scene?
Yes.
And so then, based on what we were talking about a few moments ago in terms of the standard notifications, was it the responsibility of you and your unit to make the appropriate notifications to, let's say, the coroner's department and the crime lab?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene, was the fire department, in terms of the paramedics, including paramedic Lou and Yoshihashi, still on scene?
Yes.
And did you speak with them?
I don't recall.
Were you on scene when coroner personnel came to the scene?
Yes.
And typically, as in this case, when you call the coroner's department or the office of the LA County Medical Examiner, are you provided with a unique coroner's case number for this particular case?
Yes.
And was that received in this case?
It was.
And is that coroner case 2017-00688?
I believe so.
And as we spoke about earlier with respect to the divisional report number, where you indicated case numbers are assigned sequentially, is that also the case with the coroner's case number that you get assigned?
Yes.
And when the coroner's personnel arrived on scene, were you present when they moved the body of Fabio Sementilli onto some clean plastic sheeting onto his back so they could examine the decedent?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you notice at that point in time?
He had multiple sharp force injuries on his body.
Okay. And did you note specifically to what particular areas at that time?
Yes, chest and neck area.
And were you also on scene when the crime lab personnel arrived?
Yes.
Did that include Cory Hawk and her partner?
Yes.
And did that also include a forensic photographer?
Yes.
And did that also include people from Leighton Prince?
I believe so.
Was a weapon recovered at the crime scene that you believe to be used in this particular murder?
No.
Was a crisis response team also called out to the scene?
They were.
And when the crisis response team arrived, were they directed to a particular location?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was across the street from the location.
And why were they directed across the street?
The family members were there, including Monica and the 2 daughters.
When you say Monica, are you referring to the defendant?
Yes.
Do you see her here in court today?
I do.
And did you have a conversation with her on the night of January 23rd of 2017?
Yes.
And can you identify her, please?
Yeah, she's still seated to my left, blue blazer, white shirt.
Thank you. And that night across the street, other than the defendant, did you speak to anybody else?
Yes, the 2 daughters.
spoke with the defendant, where did that take place?
It was inside of a residence across the street.
Okay. And was she by herself at that point?
During the interview?
Yes.
I believe there was a crisis response person that was with her.
Okay. And besides you, was there anybody else?
Detective Marshall, yes.
And you indicated that you also spoke with the daughters that night, is that right?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 12, number 28. Do you recognize who you see here?
Yes.
And who is that?
Isabella Sementilli?
And did she identify her vehicle at the location that night?
Yes.
Showing you People's 7, page 8. Do you recognize what you see here?
It's a red Fiat.
Okay. And did she identify this as her vehicle?
Yes, the vehicle she was driving that day, yes.
Okay. And where was that parked in relation to the house, the Sementilli house?
I believe it was on the street, just to the west of the actual driveway.
As we see here, if we look at the photograph to the top left, looking just to the left of the car and above it, would that be the alternate light source that we looked at a few moments ago coming from the house?
I believe so.
Showing you People's 11, page 25. Do you recognize this individual?
Yes.
And who is that?
Jessica Sementilli.
Was that the other daughter that you spoke to that night?
The older of the two daughters, yes.
Okay. And did she also identify her vehicle at the scene that night?
Yes.
And did she point out to you what we see here in People's 7, page 9, this red Mustang?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also parked along the street area?
It was.
Showing you People's 7, page 1. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what does this depict?
It's a floor plan of the residence.
Okay. And where is the front entrance?
Go back to the pointer here. The actual front door is right here, kind of center of the screen.
Okay. And the diagram, the area that I'm pointing to right here, does this depict the location of the black Ford F-150 as it was parked that night?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. So it was basically in front of the home.
Yes.
When you enter the home, if you were to go to your right, where does that lead you to?
If you were to go to your right, it's actually more of a button hook. It would lead you down towards the master bedroom, and if you made a quick left, you would go up towards the other bedrooms that were connected via Jack and Jill bathroom.
Okay. And that's what's depicted here where I'm pointing?
Yes.
Okay. And if you, as you said, if you were to do the button hook, that would lead you into the master suite?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were to enter the residence and go to the left, was there also a powder room or a small bathroom off that hallway to the left?
I think you mean if you went to the right.
Sorry, yes, right, and
yes.
then to the left.
Correct. It's right here on the image, center towards the upper part of the picture.
And if you were to follow this entryway from the front door straight forward, would that lead you into the joined living room area as well as the dining room?
Yes, it was like one big long room that contained the kitchen, dining room, and living room.
And all along where I'm pointing, this back wall here, were those windows that looked out onto the patio area and the pool?
Yes.
And from that area, could you see, depending on where you were, if you were in this area here, the covered patio area where the victim was, as indicated with an X, and victim, the
Yeah.
bottom left corner.
Exactly how you described it, depending on which angle you were standing at.
Okay. Showing you People 7, page 2. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the second story of the residence.
Okay. And did you find anything of value, evidentiary-wise, that was relevant to your investigation at that point on the second level of the Sementilli home?
We did not.
Do you want me to continue now, or do you want to stop at this point?
Between now and 3 minutes, I don't think there'd be enough time for you, so we'll take our adjournment this time, till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. A couple things I want to tell you. One is the admonition, as always, not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else, or form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Next, I can see how this case is going, and I'm going to tell you it's going somewhat quick, and I'm going to make a promise. This is a promise from me to you. I promise you, this case will be over no later than Christmas. Have a good night. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
That was funny. Judge is funny. This case is going somewhat quick. I promise that it'll be over between now and before Christmas. All right. Sorry, I had stepped away there. I was taking care of feeding kitty cats. Okay, let's recap what happened. We had Cory Hawk, who was the criminalist, forensic. Let's see. She documented the crime scene. So she talked for quite a while, but she basically documented 43 items of red stains. She collected 2 towels, 2 pillowcases, and some shoes. She just did the first level, and then they went through the architectural drawings that were that had all of the blood droppings, presumably from Baker. So Baker, when he was doing this, the act, he cut himself, right? He cut his finger, and then he just dropped blood all over the place. And the funny thing is, and I hope somebody asks him once he takes the stand, because he is going to take the stand, why did you use vinegar? Why was there vinegar in the kitchen sink? So then Cross she didn't take fingerprints. That's a different area, different expert. And then Ryan Verna, who was earlier in the day, he was the first witness of today, day 3. He comes up, and they showed a picture of his partner who had passed away. I'm not sure why they did that, Jean Parshell. It's a very important job. It is a very important job, yes. The house had not been cleared, which is interesting because Officer Gabriel Rebolo said that he had cleared the house earlier, so I'm not quite sure what that was about. And somebody had turned the power back. The power was off, but somebody had turned some of the power back to the home. So 7 breakers had been turned off. And that's my recap for day 3, because we talked about the Dalia. We already covered her. So let's get to some of your questions and comments, right? Rookie mistake with the vinegar, perhaps. Ola says there's a Dumb and Dumber feel about Baker and Helper. Christopher or Chris Austin was his helper's name. And yes, Trial Junkies United, that is a very important job. Let's see. Yes, Trial Junkies United. Judge realizes the prosecutor will give a closing. That is why it won't be done until Christmas. What do you guys think so far? Yeah, Brat. No later than Christmas. This judge has a wicked sense of humor. Therapist, don't get me started on Dumb and Dumber. I could quote the entire movie. Yes, that is a good one. What do you guys think so far? We haven't had any polls yet. I don't think I did any polls yet. Didn't do any polls during opening statements, and have not done polls because opening statements took the entire first day and then most of the second day, and we only had Daryl Yoshihashi on at the end of day 2. And it's funny, when this judge wants to end, he ends, Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I want to hear Baker testify. I think he's going to be him and Chris Austin. Those two are going to be the ones. Yeah, for sure. I agree. Those two are going to be the ones that we cannot wait for both of them. Hold on, I agree. Julie, you're thinking it's craziness so far? Well, at least we didn't hear all about her sexploitations and all of that. That was all in the opening. We haven't. I'm sure we'll get to that. I'm sure State's going to bring some people in to talk about that. How she was having affair with Baker, but then sleeping with all these other people. Brat says, I think Baker and Austin are guilty. Duh. And Monica is very, very sus. Well, yep, because she's on trial right now. So, yeah, she is extremely sus. Shirley Roth, Baker spilled the beans quickly. Yes, he did. Yeah, he went after they got arrested. He declared his innocence, but then 5 months later, I think he took a plea. Yeah, they were pulled over in June, and then in July. Not even 5 months, a month later. So they get pulled over in June. So this happens in January. In June, they're living high on the hog for 6 months. They get pulled over in June, and then July he's like, nope, I'm taking a plea. Therapist, I'm assuming since he's taking responsibility for all of it, he will be testifying for the defense. Yes. Wait a minute. Yes. No, wait a minute. No, because in the opening, the defense was throwing him under... No, wait, I'm sorry. The defense was throwing Chris Austin under the bus. The defense was saying Chris Austin... Okay, so Baker has nothing to gain by testifying. That's what the defense was saying. Baker has nothing to gain by testifying. Austin has everything to gain because if he testifies truthfully, he gets his sentence reduced. So that's why they're like, pay close attention to Austin and Baker's testimony. Baker has nothing to lose because he's in prison for life, and Austin will get a reduced sentence. This was 2017. They were arrested. It happened January of 2017, and they were arrested in June of 2017. And then, I am so sorry. It was July of 2023. He pled. So hold on. I am way off on that. Sorry. So they were arrested 6 months afterwards, and then it was 6 years later. 6 years later, he pled no contest. Totally my bad. So sorry about that. Sorry. Mandy Strong, will Baker save his one true love? Then tune in and find out. He had that interview with 48 Hours, which I didn't watch, but I was reading, and he says, he scoffs at that he's not doing it because he's doing it because he loves her or whatever. I think, Widespread Panic says, I think she was in on it because of the conversation in the squad car. I think so too. But let's tune in and find out. Curvio says, yes, that was the impression I got because the state said that he is already in prison, so he has nothing to lose or gain. But if he can convince the jury, Monica gains the life insurance money and more. Mandy Strong, what was the month and year they were arrested? Okay, so they were arrested June 14th of 2017. And then July of 2023 is when he pled no contest. So initially he said he was not guilty. They were going to try them together. The judge wanted to try them together. Prosecution wanted to try them together. And then Baker pled not guilty I'm sorry, he pled guilty. I'm sorry, no contest. He pled no contest. So that split. That's why they are. That's why she's being tried on her own. Brat says state could call him to let him say only him, and then get him wrapped up in the contradictions with his version, so as to minimize the effectiveness of the defense calling him. Possibly, and therapist agrees. True. Mandy Strong says Baker has a lot to gain in his commissary if he can keep Monica out of prison. So I hope I explained that. I butchered that. So June 14th, 2027, they get arrested. Initially, he pleads not guilty. They're supposed to go to trial together. Then in July of 2023, he pleads no contest. Trial Junkies United. Maybe she promised him money in his commissary if he gets her out of this, right? Tax season for some of us. Yep. Brat says him pleading no contest splits the trials, which is exactly what she wanted and had been asking for. Yep. Tried together would likely increase the odds of her being convicted. And also true. And no contest essentially means guilt. Mandy Strong, do you think she would take care of him? Now that I think about it, heck no, she will wash her hands of him. Yep, maybe. And let's not forget, he was accused of raping his stepdaughter who was 14. 14. And then, this was in 1993. And then he ends up marrying her after his release from prison. What? And then he was in the adult movie industry. He starred in nearly 80 adult movies during the span of his career in the late 1990s. This guy is, he's interesting. Shirley Roth, no contest means he is not saying guilty, but they have enough evidence against him. Well, the judge told him, you're essentially saying you're guilty. From the thing I read, that you're essentially saying you're guilty. But whatever, it doesn't matter. He's in prison for life, one way or the other. He is in prison for life. How about that, guys? It's before 5. All right, so tomorrow we're going to pick up on day 4. We're going to be doing day 4 tomorrow. I'm sorry. Yes, day 4 tomorrow. We're going to pick up on day 4, which happened today. So when we hit the ground running on Monday, we will be all caught up. So tomorrow we're going to stream at noon tomorrow. Hey, Mona is watching day 1 on another tab. Cool, cool. Yep. Mandy Strong, in other words, you are guilty. Trial Junkies United. Monica, you can pick them. Yep. Gina Baker is a creep. Oh, here's your moment of cat zen. Super Ball. Cleaning herself. There you go. There's a good shot of Super Ball. She's just cleaning her tail, so don't get all worked up. Super Ball. Kitty, kitty, kitty. And she stops. There you go. There's your moment of cat zen. Yes, therapist, late start on Monday. Yeah, it's California, so we will be starting at noon. They said 9 o'clock. We'll be starting at noon. So we'll be going from noon until 8. Irish Amy, thanks so much for the streams. Thanks, Aaron. Thank you, mods. You all rock. Thank you, guys. Curvio, Super Bowl, we all wish we were that flexible. Yes. Cat Cam. Irish Amy, hey, Super Bowl. So, yes, kitty, 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 kitty. Brat says, no contest. They can prove it, and I'm not going to fight it at trial, but I don't want to say out loud that I'm guilty. I know, pretty much, yeah. Shirley Roth, kitty, kitty. Why are you looking at me? Kitty, kitty. Oh, yes, 2 hour. There's only a 2 hour difference. Okay, thought it was 3, but we'll double check that. Therapist, Comcast was coming. Yes, they're coming between 7 and 8. So this actually works out perfectly. So they're supposed to come between 7 and 8, and they said worst case scenario they would be done by 11 or 12, because if they come at 8, it takes them like 3 hours. So it should work out. It should work out. If they start at 9, it's 11. I thought California is always 3 hours. Now let's look it up. What time is it in California? What time is it in California? It's 1:43. So it's almost 5. It's almost 2. It's 4:45 here. It's 1:45 there. That's 3 hours. What am I missing, Julie? What am I missing? Okay, Ola, we will see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Yes. Yeah, to New Mexico is 2 hours, because you guys don't, New Mexico doesn't switch time, turn your clocks back or forward. And therapist, oh, nice. 1 hour time frame is awesome compared to the 12-hour time frames. No, California. Well, you are, but Arizona doesn't change. They don't. You guys are, yeah, right. Arizona is one of the states that doesn't change. Doesn't change. So anyway, thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. We will see you tomorrow at noon. We'll be airing noon Eastern, and then we'll talk about Monday on tomorrow. So tomorrow at noon. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. Julie, one of our fantastic, wonderful mods. Therapist, an OnlyFan, Brat, Widespread Panic, and Hellcat. Florida PI Sam, Rachel B. She was in the house. She was in the chat today. So thank you guys. Thank you to our mods, and make sure you guys thank them as you leave. All right, Mandy, you've got a question. What is your question, Mandy? Is it bad to leave a laptop plugged in? That's your question? As I leave, I implore you to start using UTC. There you go. Is it bad to leave a laptop in? I don't know. Google it. I have no idea. Probably not. Yeah, Curviel says newer laptops, it doesn't matter. Thank you, mods. Thanks for the trial today. Squeegee and Trial TV Live. See you all tomorrow. Mandy says it's brand new. Curviel, they have overcharged circuitry. Nice. Okay. All right, guys. I am going to say goodnight, and we'll see you tomorrow. You know what?